Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 27. Let's go through the words. Estufas, an assembly room and dwelling of the Pueblo Indians. Rapinous, given to rapine. Lumbriciform, resembling an earthworm, vermiform. Enemata, an injection, or clyster, thrown into the rectum as a medicine, or to impart nourishment. Scald, a burn, or injury to the skin or flesh, by some hot liquid, or by steam. Monogenist, one who maintains that the human races are all of one species, opposed to polygenist. Serricorn, having serrated antenn slash. Boaster, one who boasts, a braggart. Supposition, that which is supposed. Hypothesis, conjecture, surmise, opinion or belief without sufficient evidence. Branchiostege, the branchiostegal membrane, the act of illustrating, the act of making clear and distinct. Education, also, the state of being illustrated, or of being made clear and distinct, in Appendix. Continually, in regular or repeated succession, very often. Did delight, pleasure. Drab, a drab color. Reefer, one who puts on roofs. Latifolious, having broad leaves. Slur, in knitting machines, a contrivance for depressing the sinkers successively by passing over them. Retinerved, having reticulated veins. Ovidic, a tube, or duct, for the passage of ova from the ovary to the exterior of the animal or to the part where further development takes place. In mammals the oviducts are also called fallopian tubes. Corpulency, thickness, density, compactness. Greekling, a little Greek, or one of small esteem or pretensions. Condition, that which must exist as the occasion or concomitant of something else, that which is requisite in order that something else should take effect, an essential qualification, stipulation, terms specified. Penitentiary, expressive of penitence, as a penitentiary letter. Megacephalous, large-headed, applied to animals, and to plants when they have large flower heads. Cund, to connoisseur. Effect, consequence intended, purpose, meaning, general intent, with a accrue, to increase, to augment. Sagittarius, the ninth of the 12 signs of the zodiac, which the sun enters about November 22nd, marked thus / in almanacs, the archer. Humdrum, monotonous and tedious routine. Draco, the dragon, a northern constellation within which is the north pole of the ecliptic. Tacuna, a Central American name for the ivory nut. Encroachment, that which is taken by encroaching on another. Pulling, the act of supporting or of propelling by means of a pull or pulls, as the pulling of beans, the pulling of a boat. Vicua, a South American mammal Aukinia vicuna, native of the elevated plains of the Andes, allied to the llama but smaller. It has a thick coat of very fine reddish-brown wool, and long, pendant white hair on the breast and belly. It is hunted for its wool and flesh. Conjure, to effect or effect by conjuration, to call forth or send away by magic arts, to excite or alter, as if by magic or by the aid of supernatural powers. Traceable, capable of being traced. Animating, causing animation, life-giving, inspiriting, rousing. Mump, to cheat, to deceive, to play the beggar. Structure, the act of building, the practice of erecting buildings, construction. Kink, a fit of coughing, also a convulsive fit of laughter. Reach, to arrive at, to come to get as far Anglo-Saxon. Pitching, the act of throwing or casting, a cast, a pitch, as wild pitching in baseball. Hiding, a flogging. Meal, the portion of food taken at a particular time for the satisfaction of appetite, the quantity usually taken at one time with the purpose of satisfying hunger. A repast, the act or time of eating a meal. As the traveler has not eaten a good meal for a week, there was silence during the meal. Picotee, a variety of carnation having petals of a light color variously dotted and spotted at the edges. Yearn, to be pained or distressed, to grieve, to mourn. Laconize, to imitate the manner of the Laconians, especially in brief, pithy speech, or in frugality and austerity. Saracen, a white wax, made by bleaching and purifying as a strike, and used as a substitute for beeswax. Receded, Imperfect and past participle of receipt, to withdraw a claim or pretension, to desist, to relinquish what had been proposed or asserted, as, to recede from a demand or proposition. Waterboard. A board set up to windward in a boat, to keep out water. Pillow. An earth of a blackish or deep blue color. Panel. To form in or with panels, as, to panel a wainscot. Malaise. An indefinite feeling of uneasiness, or of being sick or ill at ease. Recover. To gain by motion or effort, to obtain, to reach, to come to. Strand. To drift, or be driven, on shore to run aground, as, the ship stranded at high water. Everlasting. A plant whose flowers may be dried without losing their form or color, as the pearly everlasting Anaphylis margariticea, the immortelle of the French, the cudweeds, etc. Cocaine. The land of cockneys, cockneydom, a term applied to London and its suburbs. Optimist. One who looks on the bright side of things, or takes hopeful views, opposed to pessimists. Treat. To care for medicinally or surgically, to manage in the use of remedies or appliances, as, to treat a disease, a wound, or a patient. Rondel. A species of lyric poetry so composed as to contain a refrain or repetition which recurs according to fixed law, and a limited number of rhymes recurring also by rule. Page. A contrivance, as a band, pin, snap, or the like, to hold the skirt of a woman's dress from the ground. Pervious. Admitting passage, capable of being penetrated by another body or substance, permeable, as, a pervious soil. Scumber. Dung. Triplicity. The quality or state of being triple, or threefold, tripleness. Reconsolidation. The act or process of reconsolidating, the state of being reconsolidated. Teething. The process of the first growth of teeth, or the phenomena tending their issue through the gums, dentition. Singularly. Strangely, oddly, as, to behave singularly. Phytonous. Pythonous, which. Dewberry. The fruit of certain species of bramble rubus, in England, the fruit of R. caseus, which has a glaucous bloom, in America, that of R. canadensis and R. hispidus, species of low blackberries. Engagement. The state of being in gear, as one part of the clutch is brought into engagement with the other part. Neuropodus. Having the limbs on, or directed toward, the neural side, as in most invertebrates, opposed to hemipodus. Primus. The quality or state of being first. Affirmation. The act of giving shape or form. Dodecaedral. Pertaining to, or like, a dodecahedron, consisting of 12 equal sides. Walk. To be stirring, to be abroad, to go restlessly about, set of things or persons expected to remain quiet, as a sleeping person, or the spirit of a dead person, to go about as a somnambulist or a spectre. Camber. An upward concavity in the underside of beam, girder, or lintel. Also, a slight upward concavity in a straight arch, a truss frame extending fore and aft, usually above deck, and intended to increase the longitudinal strength and stiffness, used chiefly in American river and lake steamers, called also hogging frame, and hogback. Cariated. Of or pertaining to cariated. Mussulman. A Mohammedan, a Muslim. Ducking. And a no, from duck, ce, and I. Herbage. The liberty or right of pasture in the forest or in the grounds of another man. Unbegot. Not begot, not yet generated, also, having never been generated, self-existent, eternal. Monstrous. Extraordinary in a way to excite wonder, dislike, apprehension, etc., set of size, appearance, color, sound, etc., as a monstrous height, a monstrous ox, a monstrous story. Patella. A genus of marine gastropods, including many species of limpets. The shell has the form of a flattened cone. The common European limpet Patella velgata is largely used for food. Stream. Current, drift, tendency, series of tending or moving causes, as the stream of opinions or manners. Sylve. The forest trees of a region or country, considered collectively. Lot. The perch on which a bird of prey is kept. Pediculae. Of or pertaining to the pediculati. Fowler's solution. An aqueous solution of arsenite of potassium, of such strength that 100 parts represent 1 part of arsenious acid, or white arsenic, named from Fowler, an English physician who first brought it into use. Gallicizing. Present participle and verbal noun of gallicize, to conform to the French mode or idiom.
Watches.
The leaves of Sarracenia flava, a plant Sarracenia flava, with long, hollow leaves.
Balsamine.
The impatiens balsamina, or garden balsam.
Trigonometric.
Of or pertaining to trigonometry, performed by the rules of trigonometry.
Twin.
Being one of a pair much resembling one another, standing the relation of a twin to something else, often followed by to or with.
Vulturine.
Of or pertaining to vulture, resembling a vulture in qualities or looks, as the vulturine sea eagle Gypahyrax angolensis, vulturine rhopacity.
Dog-legged.
Noting a flight of stairs, consisting of two or more straight portions connected by a platform landing, or platforms, and running in opposite directions without an intervening well hole.
Ruined.
Stand off, or be gone.
Cumbrance.
Encumbrance.
Talking.
Present participle and verbal noun of talk, the act of talking, especially familiar converse, mutual discourse, that which is uttered, especially in familiar conversation, or the mutual converse of two or more.
Shaper.
One who shapes, as the shaper of one's fortunes.
Skirmish.
A slight contest, a skirmish, a slight fight in war, a light or desultory combat between detachments from armies, or between detached and small bodies of troops.
Backwater.
Water thrown back by the turning of a water wheel, or by the paddle wheels of a steamer.
Determined.
Decided, resolute.
Muleteer.
One who drives mules.
Boaster.
A marine, bivalve mollusk, of the genus Teredo and allies, which burrows in wood, a genus of long, slender, worm-like bivalve mollusks which bore into submerged wood, such as the piles of wharves, bottoms of ships, etc., called also shipworm. Any long, slender, worm-shaped bivalve mollusk of Teredo and allied genera. The shipworms burrow in wood, and are destructive to wooden ships, piles of wharves, etc. A genus of long, slender, worm-like bivalve mollusks which bore into submerged wood, such as the piles of wharves, bottoms of ships, etc., called also shipworm. See shipworm in Appendix.
Transportants.
The act of transporting, or the state of being transported, carriage from one place to another. Removal, conveyance.
Construct.
To put together the constituent parts of something, in their proper place and order. To build, to form, to make, as, to construct an edifice.
Countersign.
To sign on the opposite side of an instrument or writing, hence, to sign in addition to the signature of a principal or superior, in order to attest the authenticity of a writing.
Root.
A small wheel formerly fixed to the pen of firelocks for discharging them.
Substance.
Body, matter, material of which a thing is made, hence, substantiality, solidity, firmness, as the substance of which a garment is made. Some textile fabrics have little substance.
Vacant.
Deprived of contents, not filled, empty, as a vacant room.
Presentiate.
To make present.
Setter.
One who adapts words to music in composition.
Auscultatory.
Of or pertaining to auscultation.
Consult.
The act of consulting or deliberating. Consultation, also. The result of conciliation, determination, decision.
Disburthened.
Imperfect and past participle of disburthen, to disburden, to relieve of a load.
Liver leaf.
Ranunculaceous plant Anemone hepatica, with pretty white or bluish flowers and a three-lobed leaf, called also squirrel cups.
Prill.
A nugget of virgin metal.
Beholding.
Obliged, beholden.
Maffler.
A stammerer.
Madaqua.
A small Abyssinian antelope Neotrigus salchena, about the size of a hare.
Quarelis.
Apt or disposed to quarrel, given to brawls and contention, easily irritated or provoked to contest, irascible, choleric.
Carpus.
The wrist, the bones or cartilages between the forearm, or antebrachium, and the hand or forefoot, in man, consisting of 8 short bones disposed in 2 rows.
Floatable.
That may be floated.
Counterflory.
Adorned with flowers, usually fleurs de lis, so divided that the tops appear on one side and the bottoms on the others, said of any ordinary.
Tergiversation.
The act of tergiversating, a shifting, shift, subterfuge, evasion.
Break.
Of break.
Pinion.
A cogwheel with a small number of teeth, or leaves, adapted to engage with a larger wheel, or rapine in the East Indies and the Indian Islands for all ardent spirits. Brick is often distilled from a fermented mixture of rice, molasses, and palm wine of the coconut tree or the date palm, etc., especially such a wheel having its leaves formed of the substance of the arbor or spindle which is its axis.
Peevish.
Silly, childish, trifling.
Defensive.
carried on by resisting attack or aggression, opposed to offensive, as defensive war.
Usefully.
In a useful manner.
Ratifying.
Present participle and verbal noun of ratify, to approve and sanction, to make valid, to confirm, to establish, to settle, especially, to give sanction to, as something done by an agent or servant, as, to ratify an agreement, treaty, or contract, to ratify a nomination.
No content.
Discontented, uneasy, dissatisfied, especially dissatisfied with the government.
Funhood.
The character or dignity of a thing, also, things, collectively.
Fire.
To cauterize,
Lit fire.
that which liquefies.
Limey.
Containing lime, as, a limy soil.
Scoundreldom.
The domain or sphere of scoundrels, scoundrels, collectively, the state, ideas, or practices of scoundrels.
Woohoo.
The sailfish.
Carry.
A tract of land, over which boats or goods are carried between two bodies of navigable water, a carrying place, a portage.
Pellucidness.
The quality or state of being pellucid, transparency, translucency, clearness, as the pellucidity of the air.
Polka.
A lively bohemian or polished dance tune in 2/4 measure, with the third quaver accented.
Galeys.
A large galley, having some features of the galleon, as broadside guns, especially such a vessel used by the southern nations of Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries, a sailing vessel of the 15th and following centuries, often having 3 or 4 decks, and used for war or commerce. The term is often rather indiscriminately applied to any large sailing vessel.
Inflame.
Figuratively, to kindle or intensify, as passion or appetite, to excite to an excessive or unnatural action or heat, as to inflame desire.
Mottled.
Imperfect and past participle of wattle, naked fleshy, and usually wrinkled and highly colored, process of the skin hanging from the chin or throat of a bird or reptile.
Government.
The act of governing, the exercise of authority, the administration of laws, control, direction, regulation, as civil, church, or family government.
Seizing.
The act of taking or grasping suddenly.
Polynomy.
The use of a variety of names for the same object.
Anthraquinone.
A hydrocarbon, C6H4C2O2C6H4, subliming in shining yellow needles. It is obtained by oxidation of anthracene.
Necrophobia.
An exaggerated fear of death or horror of dead bodies.
Wild.
An uninhabited and uncultivated tract or region, a forest or desert, a wilderness, a waste, as the wilds of America, the wilds of Africa.
Endosis.
The act of developing a new coat of hair, a new set of feathers, scales, etc., opposed to ecdysis.
Forming.
Present participle in verbal noun of form, mode of acting or manifestation to the senses or the intellect, as water assumes the form of ice or snow. In modern usage, the elements of a conception furnished by the mind's own activity, as contrasted with its object or condition, which is called the matter, subjectively. A mode of apprehension or belief conceived as dependent on the constitution of the mind, objectively, universal and necessary accompaniments or elements of every object known or thought of.
Declaimer.
One who declaims, and haranguer.
Dumviral.
Of or belonging to the dumviri or the dumver.
Self-considering.
Considering in one's own mind, deliberating.
Excoriation.
The act of excoriating or flaying, or state of being excoriated, or stripped of the skin, abrasion.
Deadwood.
Dead trees or branches, useless material.
Person.
A shoot or bud of a plant, a polyp or shoot of the compound hydrozoa and anthozoa, etc. Also, an individual, in the narrowest sense, among the higher animals.
Flag.
To let droop, to suffer to fall, or let fall, into feebleness, as, to flag the wings.
Knife board.
A board on which knives are cleaned or polished.
Cream.
To skim, or take off by skimming, as cream.
Draw rod.
A rod which unites the draw gear at opposite ends of the car, and bears the pull required to draw the train.
Circumpolar.
About the pole, applied to stars that revolve around the pole without setting, as circumpolar stars.
Unpreach.
To undo or overthrow by preaching.
Edify.
To teach or persuade.
Kyrie.
To praise, to worship.
Pretermission.
A figure by which, in pretending to pass over anything, a summary mention of it is made, as, I will not say, he is valiant, he is learned, he is just, called also paralypsis.
Double.
something precisely equal or counterpart to another, a counterpart, hence, wraith.
Array.
A compact feldspathic rock, felsite, a fine-grained rock, flint-like in fracture, consisting essentially of orthoclase feldspar with occasional grains of quartz.
Subtenant.
One who rents a tenement, or land, etc., of one who is also a tenant, an under-tenant.
Stay.
To remain, to continue in a place, to abide fixed for a space of time, to stop, to stand still.
Intended.
Made tense, stretched out, extended, forcible, violent.
Edder.
To bind the top interweaving edder, as, to edder a hedge.
Puttering.
Present participle and verbal noun of putter, specifically, one who pushes the small wagons in a coal mine, and the like.
Potargo.
A kind of sauce or pickle.
Ingenious.
Mental, intellectual.
Dilatation.
The act of dilating, expansion, and enlarging on L/sides, the state of being dilated, dilation.
Riding.
The act or state of one who rides.
Tractable.
Capable of being handled, palpable, practicable, feasible, as tractable measures.
Oblique.
The ceremony observed in conferring the degree of Doctor of Divinity in some European universities. It begins by a harangue of the Chancellor addressed to the young doctor, who then receives the cap, and presides at the disputation also called the oblique.
Amendable.
Corrigible, amendable.
Back.
A garment for the back, hence, clothing.
Nicene.
Of or pertaining to Nice, a town of Asia Minor, or to the Ecumenial Council held there died 325.
Engraving.
The act or art of producing upon hard material incised or raised patterns, characters, lines, and the like, especially the art of producing such lines, etc., in the surface of metal plates or blocks of wood. Engraving is used for the decoration of the surface itself, also for producing an original, from which a pattern or design may be printed on paper.
Propine.
Hence, to give in token of friendship.
Overswell.
To swell or rise above, to overflow.
Value.
Strength of mind in regard to danger, that quality which enables a man to encounter danger with firmness, personal bravery, courage, prowess, intrepidity.
Administration.
The act of administering, government of public affairs, the service rendered, or duties assumed, in conducting affairs, the conducting of any office or employment, direction, management.
Insulation.
The act or process to be exposing to the rays of the sun for the purpose of drying or maturing, as fruits, drugs, etc., or of rendering acid, as vinegar.
Orgonaceae.
One of the principal divisions of Alcyonaria, including those forms which have a firm and usually branched axis, covered with a porous crust, or C/Nanchima, in which the polyp cells are situated.
Distort.
Distorted, misshapen.
Preservatories.
Room, or apparatus, in which perishable things, as fruit, vegetables, etc., can be preserved without decay.
Locinulas.
A diminutive Lawsinia.
Track.
The permanent way, the rails.
Pounce.
Furnished with claws or talons, as the pounced young of the eagle.
Disperse.
To separate, to go or move into different parts, to vanish, as the company dispersed at 10 o'clock, the clouds disperse.
Fiascos.
A complete or ridiculous failure, especially of a musical performance, or of any pretentious undertaking.
Bore.
The size of a hill. The interior diameter of a tube-bore gun barrel. The caliber.
Engorged.
Swallowed with greediness, or in large draughts.
Splash.
To spatter water, mud, etc. upon, to wet.
Pug nose.
A short, thick nose, a snubness.
Mobility.
The mob, the lower classes.
Docile.
Disposed to be taught, tractable, easily managed, as a docile child.
Academist.
An academician.
Condemnation.
The state of being condemned.
Gale.
To sing.
Ficos.
A fig, an insignificant trifle, no more than the snap of one's thumb, a sign of contempt made by the fingers, expressing, a fig for you.
Scaphocephaly.
A deformed condition of the skull, in which the vault is narrow, elongated, and more or less boat-shaped.
Disjection.
Destruction, dispersion.
Ducking.
And a no, from duck, cd, and I.
Bleed.
To withdraw blood from the body, to let blood, as Dr. No bleeds in fevers.
Enamorment.
The state of being enamored.
Fritted.
Imperfect and past participle of frit, the material of which glass is made, after having been calcined or partly fused in a furnace, but before vitrification, it is a composition of silex and alkali, occasionally with other ingredients.
Beseeming.
Appearance, look, garb,
Fur.
to cover with morbid matter, as the tongue.
Contestingly.
In a contending manner.
Sea dragon.
A dragonet or sculpin.
Divers.
Different in kind or species, diverse.
Yew.
Of or pertaining to yew trees, made of the wood of a yew tree, as yew whipstock.
Pernicious.
Of a red color with a slight mixture of gray.
Sailless.
Destitute of sails.
Defending.
Present participle and verbal noun of defend, to repel danger or harm from, to protect, to secure against, attack, to maintain against force or argument, to uphold, to guard, as, to defend a town, to defend a cause, to defend character, to defend the absent, sometimes followed by from or against, as, to defend one's self from, or against, one's enemies.
Northwesterly.
Toward the northwest, or from the northwest.
Lodgment.
The act of lodging, or the state of being lodged.
Heteropodous.
Of or pertaining to the heteropoda.
Pteriolography.
The study or description of the arrangement of feathers, or of the terril, of birds.
Glided.
Imperfect and past participle of glide, a transitional sound in speech which is produced by the changing of the mouth organs from one definite position to another, and with gradual change in the most frequent cases, as in passing from the beginning to the end of a regular diphthong, or from vowel to consonant or consonant to vowel in a syllable, or from one component to the other of a double or diphthongal consonant, any contrivance, especially one having a directing edge, surface, or channel, for giving direction to the motion of anything, as water, an instrument, or part of a machine, or for directing the hand or eye, as of an operator.
Swum.
Past participle of swim, to be supported by water or other fluid, not to sink, to float, as any substance will swim, whose specific gravity is less than that of the fluid in which it is immersed.
Interviewing.
The act or custom of holding an interview or interviews.
Siren.
Any long, slender amphibian of the genus Siren or family Sirenid, destitute of hind legs and pelvis, and having permanent external gills as well as lungs. They inhabit the swamps, lagoons, and ditches of the southern United States. The more common species, Serricorn lacertina, is dull lead gray in color, and becomes 2 feet long.
Imperialist.
One who serves an emperor, one who favors imperialism.
Thread.
Constituting or being one of 3 equal parts into which anything is divided, as the third part of a day.
Wizard.
A wise man, a sage.
Strut.
To hold apart, compare, strut 3.
Iffy.
A moment, an instant, as I will be ready in a jiffy.
Imphy.
The African sugar cane Holcus saccharidus, resembling the sorghum, or Chinese sugar cane.
Mystico.
A kind of small sailing vessel used in the Mediterranean. It is rigged partly like a xebec, and partly like a felucca.
Nice.
A simpleton.
Continuity.
The state of being continuous, uninterrupted connection or succession, close union of parts, cohesion, as the continuity of fibers.
Seminid.
Partially nude, half naked.
Practitioner.
One who does anything customarily or habitually.
Misspeak.
To utter wrongly.
Rich.
Having an abundance of material possessions, possessed of a large amount of property, well supplied with land, goods, or money, wealthy, opulent, affluent, opposed to poor.
Paphian.
Of or pertaining to Paphos, an ancient city of Cyprus, having a celebrated temple of Venus, hence, pertaining to Venus, or her rites.
Shears.
An apparatus for raising heavy weights, and especially for stepping and unstepping the lower masts of ships. It consists of 2 or more spars or pieces of timber, fastened together near the top, steadied by a guy or guys, and furnished with the necessary tackle.
Nosiform.
Having the shape of a nose.
Tendency.
Direction or course toward any place, object, effect, or result, drift, causal or efficient influence to bring about an effect or result.
Resolutely.
In a resolute manner, with fixed purpose, boldly, firmly, steadily, with perseverance.
Retentive.
Having power to retain, as retentive memory.
Wisp.
To brush or dress, and with a wisp.
Supplicatingly.
In a supplicating manner.
Carriole.
A kind of colish, a light-covered carriage, having 4 wheels and seats for 4 or more persons, usually drawn by 1 horse.
Radiation.
A conjunction or concentration of rays in one point.
Broad.
A pointed instrument, as a joiner's awl, a bradawl, a needle, or a small sharp stick.
Infrequency.
Infrequency.
Prolific.
Pertaining to, or designating, an acid now called cyanuric acid, pertaining to, or derived from, cyanic and uric acids.
Crib.
A small theft, anything purloined, a plagiarist/tense, a translation or key, etc. To aid a student in preparing or reciting his lessons.
Athletic.
Befitting an athlete, strong, muscular, robust, vigorous, as, athletic self.
Purge.
To cleanse, clear, or purify by separating and carrying off whatever is impure, heterogeneous, foreign, or superfluous.
Monologue.
A dramatic composition for a single performer.
Bovenopus.
A tree Anti-Aristoxacaria, of the breadfruit family, common in the forests of Java and the neighboring islands. Its secretions are poisonous, and it has been fabulously reported that the atmosphere about it is deleterious, called also Bovenopus.
Kinsfolk.
Relatives, kindred, kin, persons of the same family or closely related families.
Serventite.
An elementary substance, resembling a metal in its appearance and physical properties, but in its chemical relations belonging to the class of nonmetallic substances. Atomic weight, 120, simple, antimony.
Bless.
To express a wish or prayer for the happiness of, to invoke a blessing upon, applied to persons.
Occurrent.
Anything that happens, an occurrence.
Shrivel.
To draw, or be drawn, into wrinkles, to shrink, and form cregations, as, a leaf shrivels in the hot sun, the skin shrivels with age, often with up.
Lernaria.
A Linnaean genus of parasitic entomostrata, the same as the family Lernaeidae.
Attired.
Imperfect and past participle of attire, dress, clothes, headdress, anything which dresses or adorns, especially ornamental clothing.
Drudger.
One who drudges, a drudge.
Monogenous.
Uttered in one and tone, continued with dull uniformity, characterized by monotony, without change or variety, wearisome.
Multifariousness.
Multiplied diversity.
Iambic.
Consisting of a short syllable followed by a long one, or of an unaccented syllable followed by an accented, as, iambic foot.
Lamprey.
The river Lamprianocoetes / Lamptra fluviatilis.
Dogmatized.
Imperfect and past participle of dogmatize, to assert positively, to teach magisterially or with bold and undue confidence, to advance with arrogance.
Benignity.
Mildness, gentleness.
Lance.
A soldier armed with a lance, a lancer.
Bilbo.
A rapier, a sword, so named from Bilbao, in Spain.
Bandage.
Something resembling a bandage, that which is bound over or round something to cover, strengthen, or compress it, a ligature.
Pause.
In speaking or reading aloud, a brief arrest or suspension of voice, to indicate the limits and relations of sentences and their parts.
Bestializing.
Present participle and verbal noun of bestialize, to make bestial, or like a beast, to degrade, to brutalize.
Bowery.
Shading, like a bower, full of bowers.
Diaphragm.
A calcareous plate which divides the cavity of certain shells into two parts.
Stipules.
Furnished with stipules, or leafy appendages.
Undercroft.
A subterranean room of any kind, especially one under a church of use.
Disengagement.
Freedom from engrossing occupation, leisure.
Gamble.
One of the twins.
Tip-top.
Very excellent, most excellent, perfect.
Contratenor.
Countertenor, contralto.
Needy.
Distressed by want of the means of living, very poor, indigent, necessitous.
Signality.
The quality or state of being signal or remarkable.
Meat.
A hook with a long handle.
Chap.
A cleft, crack, or chink, as in the surface of the earth, or in the skin.
Wave.
Unevenness, inequality of surface.
Superfetation.
The formation of a fetus as the result of an impregnation occurring after another impregnation but before the birth of the offspring produced by Italian. This is possible only when there is a double uterus, or where menstruation persists up to the time of the second impregnation.
Ruff.
A set of lengthened or otherwise modified feathers round, or on, the neck of a bird.
Enchantment.
that which captivates the heart and senses, an influence or power which fascinates or highly delights.
Bishop.
In the Methodist, Episcopal, and some other churches, one of the highest church officers or superintendents.
Osserum.
A crystallized substance, resembling camphor, obtained from the Ossarum europum, called also camphor of Ossarum.
Rise.
To move upward under the influence of a projecting force, as a bullet rises in the air.
Muriated.
Combined or impregnated with muriatic or hydrochloric acid.
Acrania.
Partial or total absence of the skull.
Cyatolith.
A kind of coccolith, which in shape resembles a minute cup widened at the top, and varies in size from slash to of an inch.
Ground.
Sediment at the bottom of liquors or liquids, dregs, fleas, feces, as coffee grounds.
Commutation.
The act of giving one thing for another. Barter, exchange.
Steeping.
Present participle and verbal noun of steep, making a large angle with the plane of the horizon, ascending or descending rapidly with respect to horizontal line or level. Precipitous, as a steep hill or mountain, a steep roof, a steep ascent, a steep declivity, a steep barometric gradient.
Encephalocele.
Hernia of the brain.
Phalanges.
Of or pertaining to phalangoidea.
Vom.
Matter that is vomited, especially matter ejected from the stomach through the mouth.
Column.
A number of ships so arranged as to follow one another in single or double file or in squadrons, in distinction from line, where they are side by side.
Confess.
To admit as true, to assent to acknowledge, as after a previous doubt, denial, or concealment.
Now.
An ouch, a jewel.
The Lord.
To act the lord over.
Porites.
An important genus of reef-building corals having small valvrate calicles, and a very porous coral. Some species are branched, others grow in large massive or globular forms.
Subconcave.
Slightly concave.
Sailfish.
The basking, or liver, shark.
Unaccountable.
Not accountable or responsible. Free from control.
Pentachord.
An ancient instrument of music with 5 strings.
Testable.
Capable of being devised, or given by will.
Smart.
A fellow who affects smartness, briskness, and vivacity, a dandy.
Evil.
Misfortune, calamity, sickness.
Cornemuse.
A cornemuse.
Denard.
Anhydrous sodium sulfate, a mineral of a white or brown color and vitreous luster.
Straight.
Approximately straight, not much curve, as straight ribs are such as pass from the base of a leaf to the apex, with a small curve.
Skittles.
An English game resembling infants, but played by throwing wooden discs, instead of rolling balls, at the pins.
Dirt.
Meanness, sordidness.
Lazy.
Flimsy, vague, deceptive.
Uncharnling.
Present participle and verbal noun of uncharnel. To remove from a charnel house. To raise from the grave. To exhume.
If.
If.
Deparent.
A depurative remedy or agent, or a disease which is believed to be depurative.
Tickled.
Imperfect and past participle of tickle. To touch lightly, so as to produce a peculiar thrilling sensation, which commonly causes laughter, and a kind of spasm which becomes dangerous if too long protracted.
Crew.
Imperfect of crow, a bird, usually black, of the genus Corvus, having a strong conical beak, with projecting bristles. It has a harsh, croaking note, the cry made by the crow, rook, or raven.
Bill.
To pelt or strike with anything rolled.
Philatidi.
An exclamatory word or phrase, equivalent to nonsense.
In route.
Wrought or worked in or among other things, worked into any fabric so as to form a part of its texture, wrought or adorned, as with figures.
Got.
Past participle of get, to arrive at, or bring oneself into, a state, condition, or position, to come to be, to become, with the following adjective or past participle belonging to the subject of the verb, as, to get sober, to get awake, to get beaten, to get elected.
Flat.
To render dull, insipid, or spiritless, to depress.
Decking.
Present participle and verbal noun of deck, the floor-like covering of the horizontal sections, or compartments, of a ship. Small vessels have only one deck, larger ships have two or three decks.
Osteophone.
An instrument for transmission of auditory vibrations through the bones of the head, so as to be appreciated as sounds by persons deaf from causes other than those affecting the nervous apparatus of hearing.
Heel.
The lower end of a timber in a frame, as a post or rafter. In the United States, specifically, the obtuse angle of the lower end of a rafter set sloping.
Hydrometallurgy.
The art or process of assaying or reducing ores by means of liquid reagents.
Premorph.
A crystal of one species enclosing one of another species. A crystal of one species enclosed within one of another, as one of real enclosed in quartz.
Portrait.
Imperfect and past participle of portrait. To paint or draw the likeness of, as, to portray a king on horseback.
Coordinate.
To make coordinate, to put in the same order or rank, as, to coordinate ideas in classification.
Viceregal.
Of or pertaining to viceroy or viceroyalty.
Muddy.
Confused, as if turbid with mud, cloudy in mind, dull, stupid, also, immetodical, incoherent, vague.
Hectoliter.
A measure of area or superficies containing 100 Rs or 10,000 square meters and equivalent to 2.471 acres.
Purpuric.
Of or pertaining to purpura.
Heavy.
Not raised or made light, as heavy bread.
Whiskered.
Formed into whiskers, furnished with whiskers, having or wearing whiskers.
Salangana.
The salagon.
Crane.
The carcass of a whale after the blubber has been removed.
Stone bow.
A kind of crossbow formerly used for shooting stones.
Commensal.
Having the character of a commensal.
Wildfire.
A sort of lightning unaccompanied by thunder.
Speckled.
Marked or brigaded with small spots of a different color from that of the rest of the surface.
Phonic.
Of or pertaining to sound, of the nature of sound, acoustic.
Judaizer.
One who conforms to or inculcates Judaism, specifically, plural Switzerland, his, those Jews who accepted Christianity but still adhered to the law of Moses and worshipped in the temple at Jerusalem.
Irradiated.
Imperfect and past participle of irradiate, to shoot forth, as rays of light, to beam, to radiate.
Variangle.
The red-backed Cyclanius kilrio, called also worger, warrior, and throttler.
Condole.
To lament or grieve over.
Republicanize.
To change, as a state, into a republic, to republican principles, as France was republicanized, to republicanize the rising generation.
Hoop.
A pliant strip of wood or metal bent in a circular form, and united at the ends, for holding together the staves of casks, tubs, etc.
Lanthanum.
A rare element of the group of the earth metals, allied to aluminium, it occurs in certain rare minerals, as charoite, gadolinite, orthite, etc., and was so named from the difficulty of separating it from cerium, didymium, and other rare elements with which it is usually associated. Atomic weight 138.5, symbol Louisiana.
Time pleaser.
One who complies with prevailing opinions, whatever they may be, a time server.
Nodule.
The size of some one part, as the diameter of semi-diameter of the base of the shaft, taken as a unit of measure by which the proportions of the other parts of the composition are regulated. Generally, for columns, the semi-diameter is taken and divided into a certain number of parts, called minutes. A memorandum, a record, a note to preserve the memory of anything, as to take minutes of a contract, to take minutes of a conversation or debate.
Phagocytes.
A genus of fossil corals abundant in the Silurian and Devonian rocks, having polygonal cells with perforated walls.
Coliseum.
A gymnasium, especially one for light physical exercise by women and children.
Dwelling.
Present participle and verbal noun of dull, furnishing little delight, spirit, or variety, uninteresting, tedious, cheerless, gloomy, melancholy, depressing, as a dull story or sermon, a dull occupation or period, hence, cloudy, overcast, as a dull day.
Monogram.
Of, pertaining to, or resembling, a monogram.
Durbar.
An audience hall, the court of a native prince, a state levee, a formal reception of native princes, given by the Governor-General of India.
Lovely.
Having such an appearance as excites, or is fitted to excite, love, beautiful, charming, very pleasing in form, looks, tone, or manner.
Bloodsucker.
Any animal that sucks blood, especially the leech Hierogomedicinalis and related species.
Parochial.
Of or pertaining to parish, restricted to parish, as parochial duties.
Characteristic.
The integral part, whether positive or negative, of a logarithm.
Vom.
That which excites vomiting, an emetic.
Intercrossing.
Present participle and verbal noun of intercross, to fertilize by the impregnation of one species or variety by another, to impregnate by a different species or variety.
Glad.
Wearing a gay or bright appearance, expressing or exciting joy, producing gladness, exhilarating.
Lysanurine.
One of the Lysanura, also used adjectively.
Circumferanian.
Going about or abroad, walking or wandering from house to house.
Officinal.
Used in a shop, or belonging to the Italian.
Content.
Power of containing, capacity, extent, size.
Ver.
Imperfect and past participle of birth, to murder by suffocation, or so as to produce few marks of violence, for the purpose of obtaining a body to be sold for dissection.
Steely.
Resembling steel, hard, firm, having the color of steel.
Careful.
Filling with care or solicitude, exposing to concern, anxiety, or trouble, painful.
Enthelmintic.
An enthelmintic remedy.
Covenant.
A solemn compact between members of a church to maintain its faith, discipline, etc.
Not.
The period after the close of life, death.
Round.
Full and smoothly expanded, not defective or abrupt, finish, polish, set of style, or of authors with reference to their style.
Bedouin.
One of the nomadic Arabs who live in tents, and are scattered over Arabia, Syria, and northern Africa, especially in the deserts.
Bulletproof.
Capable of resisting the force of a bullet.
Accredit.
To believe, to credit, to put trust in.
Nepotus.
One who practices nepotism.
Chili.
A kind of red pepper, a genus of plants of many species, producing capsules or dry berries of various forms, which have an exceedingly pungent, biting taste, and when ground form the red or cayenne pepper of commerce.
Intaglious.
A cutting or engraving, a figure cut into something, as a gem, so as to make a design depressed below the surface of the material. Hence, anything so carved or impressed, as a gem, matrix, etc., opposed to cameo, also used adjectively.
Tomb.
A pit in which the dead body of a human being is deposited, a grave, a sepulchre.
Surgency.
The office of a sergeant, sergeantship.
Obstersive.
Something cleansing.
Chevron.
One of the 9 honorable ordinaries, consisting of 2 broad bands of the width of the bar, issuing, respectively from the dexter and sinister bases of the field and conjoined at its center.
Union.
A device emblematic of union, used on a national flag or ensign, sometimes, as in the military standard of Great Britain, covering the whole field, sometimes, as in the flag of the United States, and the English naval and marine flag, occupying the upper inner corner, the rest of the flag being called the fly, also, a flag having such a device, especially the flag of Great Britain.
Accession.
The act of coming to or reaching a throne, an office, or dignity, as the accession of the House of Stuart, applied especially to the epoch of a new dynasty.
Corneal.
Pertaining to the cornea.
Body.
A figure that has length, breadth, and thickness, any solid figure.
Inoculated.
Imperfect and past participle of inoculate, to communicate a disease to a person by inserting infectious matter in the skin or flesh, as to inoculate a person with the virus of smallpox, rabies, etc. To inoculate with the cowpox by means of a virus, called vaccine, taken either directly or indirectly from cows.
Look.
To look at, to turn the eyes toward.
Above.
To finish, to accomplish.
Mycas.
To se, or attempt, improperly or unsuccessfully.
Oxytone.
A word having the acute accent on the last syllable.
Piacaba.
A fibrous product of two Brazilian palm trees, Italia funifera and Leopoldinea piaçaba, used in making brooms, and for other purposes, called also piacaba and piaçaba.
Scotching.
Dressing stone with a pick or pointed instrument.
Colt's tooth.
The young of the equine genus or horse kind of animals, sometimes distinctively applied to the male, filly being the female. Compare, foal.
Erect.
To animate, to encourage, to cheer.
Tetraonid.
A bird belonging to the tribe of which the genus Tetrao is the type, as the grouse, partridge, quail, and the like, used also adjectively.
Gimleting.
Present participle and verbal noun of gimlet, a small tool for boring holes. It has a leading screw, a groove body, and a cross handle.
Barrel.
The hollow basal part of a feather.
Stuff.
To fill the skin of, for the purpose of preserving as a specimen, set of birds or other animals.
Grammagrass.
The name of several kinds of pasture grasses found in the western United States, especially the Butilla oligostachya.
Unregenerated.
Not regenerated, not renewed in heart, remaining or being at enmity with God.
Fear.
Vehement in anger or cruelty, ready or eager to kill or injure, of a nature to inspire terror, ferocious.
convincing,
The business of a convincer. The act or business of drawing deeds, leases, or other writings, for transferring the title to property from one person to another.
shard,
A boundary, a division.
necrotic,
Of or pertaining to the second expansion of the artery in the necrotic pulse, as the necrotic wave.
effumability,
The capability of flying off in fumes or vapor.
soliciting,
Present participle and verbal noun of solicit, to ask from with earnestness, to make petition to apply to for obtaining something, as, to solicit person for alms.
chargeableness,
The quality of being chargeable or expensive.
fishery,
The right to take fish at a certain place, or in particular waters.
octoroon,
The offspring of a quadroon and a white person, a mesti.
taffy,
Flattery, soft phrases.
accentual,
Of or pertaining to accent, characterized or formed by accent.
gulf,
Divided, split, partly divided or split.
tubularian,
Any hydroid belonging to the suborder Tubulariida.
surcease,
To cease. That which wounds the feelings, as a harsh remark or criticism, or a sarcasm, personal discourtesy, as neglecting to recognize an acquaintance when meeting him, a sly.
seat,
The place or thing upon which one sits, hence, anything made to be sat in or upon, as a chair, bench, stool, saddle, or the like.
granum,
A grandum.
conduct,
To lead, as a commander, to direct, to manage, to carry on, as, to conduct the affairs of a kingdom.
restate,
To state anew.
profusive,
Profuse, lavish, prodigal.
seething,
Present participle and verbal noun of seethe, to decoct or prepare for food in hot liquid, to boil, as, to seethe flesh.
complexionally,
In accordance with the constitution or natural disposition of the mind or body, naturally, as, he was constitutionally timid.
deflagration,
A burning up, conflagration.
tar,
One who was, a dresser of white leather.
acquiescently,
In an acquiescent manner.
gifting,
Present participle and verbal noun of gift, A voluntary transfer of real or personal property, without any consideration. It can be perfected only by deed, or in case of personal property, by an actual delivery of possession.
Snot.
Mucus secreted in, or discharged from, the nose.
Redemonstrate.
To demonstrate again, or anew.
Pluralize.
To make plural by using the plural termination. To attribute plurality to express in the plural form.
Bulkiness.
Greatness in bulk, size.
Gulf.
That which swallows, the gullet.
Castleberry.
The fruit of the viburnum obavatum, a shrub which grows from Virginia to Florida.
Separation.
The act or process of separating.
Housed.
Imperfect and past participle of house, a twelfth part of the heavens, as divided by 6 circles intersecting at the north and south points of the horizon, used by astrologers in noting the positions of the heavenly bodies, and casting horoscopes or nativities. The houses were regarded as fixed in respect to the horizon, and numbered from the one at the eastern horizon, called the ascendant, first house, or house of life, downward, or in the direction of the earth's revolution, the stars and planets passing through them in the reverse order every 24 hours.
Ennobler.
One who ennobles.
Prone.
Prostrate, flat, especially, lying with the face down, opposed to supine.
Seizure.
The act of seizing, or the state of being seized, sudden and violent grasp or gripe, a taking into possession, as the seizure of a thief, a property, a throne, etc.
Cop.
The council or ruling body of the University of Cambridge prior to the Constitution of 1856.
Would.
Commonly used as an auxiliary verb, either in the past tense or in the conditional or optative present. As an auxiliary, will is used to denote futurity dependent on the verb. Thus, in first person, I will denotes willingness, consent, promise, and when will is emphasized, it denotes determination or fixed purpose, as, I will go if you wish, I will go at all hazards. In the second and third persons, the idea of distinct volition, wish, or purpose is evanescent, and simple certainty is appropriately expressed, as, you will go, or he will go, describes a future event as a fact only. To emphasize will denotes according to the tone or context, certain futurity or fixed determination.
Discard.
Imperfect and past participle of disper. To expel from the bar, or the legal profession, to deprive an attorney, barrister, or counselor, of his status and privileges as such.
Intronize.
To place on a throne, hence, to induct into office as a bishop.
Calycinal.
Pertaining to calyx, having the nature of a calyx.
Storeroom.
Ruminous storehouse or repository, a room in which articles are stored.
Wild.
Not submitted to restraint, training, or regulation, turbulent, tempestuous, violent, ungoverned, licentious, inordinate, disorderly, irregular, fanciful, imaginary, visionary, crazy.
Terwit.
The lapwing.
Derailing.
Present participle and verbal noun of derail. To cause to run off from the rails of a railroad, as a locomotive.
Surface.
The exterior part of anything that has length and breadth, one of the limits that bound a solid, especially the upper face, superficies, the outside, as the surface of the earth, the surface of a diamond, the surface of the body.
Unvil.
To free from possession by a devil or evil spirit, to exorcise.
Manifesto.
A public declaration, usually of a prince, sovereign, or other person claiming large powers, showing his intentions, or proclaiming his opinions and motives in reference to some act done or contemplated by him, as a manifesto declaring the purpose of a prince to begin war, and explaining his motives.
Posterity.
Succeeding generations, future times.
Condoned.
Imperfect and past participle of condone, to pardon, to overlook the offense of, especially, to forgive for a violation of the marriage law, said of either the husband or the wife.
Call.
A note blown on the horn to encourage the hounds.
Replevin.
To replevy.
Polygeny.
The theory that living organisms originate in cells or embryos of different kinds, instead of coming from a single cell, opposed to monogenesis.
Apices.
The tip, top, point, or angular summit of anything, as the apex of a mountain, spire, or cone, the apex, or tip, of a leaf.
Assiege.
To besiege.
Ligament.
Anything that ties or unites one thing or part to another. A bandage, a bond.
Intersectional.
Pertaining to, or formed by, intersections.
Bia.
The East Indian weaver bird Ploceus philippinus.
Palmistry.
The art or practice of divining or telling fortunes, or of judging of character, by the lines and marks in the palm of the hand, chiromancy.
Ever-living.
Continual, incessant, unintermitted.
Inspection.
The act of overseeing, official examination or superintendence.
Sanguinolent.
Tinct or mingled with blood, bloody, as sanguinolent sputa.
Responsory.
A versicle sung in answer to the priest, or as a refrain.
Patient.
Constant in pursuit or exertion, persevering, calmly diligent, as patient endeavor.
Reprehensive.
Containing reprehension, conveying reproof.
Sidereal.
Affecting unfavorably by the supposed influence of the stars, baleful.
Industry.
Human exertion of any kind employed for the creation of value, and regarded by some as a species of capital or wealth, labor.
Panorama.
A complete view in every direction.
Scabble.
To work roughly, or shape without finishing, as stone before leaving the quarry.
Flat cap.
A kind of low-crowned cap formerly worn by all classes in England, and continued in London after disuse elsewhere, hence, a citizen of London.
Ineloquently.
Without eloquence.
Decocting.
Present participle and verbal noun of decoct, to prepare by boiling, to digest in hot or boiling water, to extract the strength or flavor of by boiling, to make an infusion of.
Efface.
To destroy, as a mental impression, to wear away.
Agitate.
To stir up, to disturb or excite, to perturb, as he was greatly agitated.
Catalogued.
Imperfect and past participle of catalog, a list or enumeration of names, or articles arranged methodically, often in alphabetical order, as a catalogue of the students of a college, or of books, or of the stars.
Farley.
To lay down beforehand.
Poi.
To make difficulty, to be unwilling.
Tuba.
A sax tuba, a powerful instrument of brass, curved somewhat like the Roman bucina, or tuba.
Indu.
To Hindu.
Podgy.
The scup, any one of several species of amphiotocoids, or surf fishes, of the Pacific coast. The name is also given locally to several other fishes, as the burrfish.
Experimented.
Imperfect and past participle of experiment, a real or special observation, made to confirm or disprove something doubtful, especially, one under conditions determined by the experimenter, an act or operation undertaken in order to discover some unknown principle or effect, or to test, establish, or illustrate some suggest or known truth. Practical test. Proof.
listing,
The sap would cut from the edge of a board.
physique,
The natural constitution or physical structure of a person.
seasonage,
A seasoning.
place proud,
Proud of rank or office.
cable,
A little cable less than 10 inches in circumference.
scud,
To be driven swiftly, or to run, before a gill, with little or no sail spread.
isovietos,
An isovietos line.
recital,
The formal statement, or setting forth, of some matter of fact in any deed or writing in order to explain the reasons on which the transaction is founded. The statement of matter in pleading introductory to some positive allegation.
regress,
The act of passing back, passage back, return, retrogression, the progress or regress of man.
drummer,
The skid,
shittim,
the wood of the shitty tree.
overlook,
Hence, to supervise, to watch over, sometimes, to observe secretly, as, to overlook a gang of laborers, to overlook one who is writing a letter.
buckhound,
A hound for hunting deer.
suite,
A retinue or company of attendants, as of a distinguished personage, as the suite of an ambassador. The attempt to gain an end by legal process, an action or process for the recovery of a right or claim, legal application to a court for justice, prosecution of right before any tribunal, as a civil suit, a criminal suit, a suit in chancery.
hem,
To form a hem or border to fold and sew down the edge of.
superet,
To add over and above, to add to what has been added, to next, as something extrinsic.
articulation,
The state of being jointed, connection of parts.
irreproachably,
In an irreproachable manner, blamelessly.
toe,
A lateral projection at one end, or between the ends, of a piece, as a rod or bolt, by means of which it is moved.
deducting,
Present participle and verbal noun of deduct, to take away, separate, or remove, in numbering, estimating, or calculating, to subtract, often with from or out of.
ivide,
Overgrown with ivy.
allantoidea,
The division of vertebrata in which the embryo develops an allantois. It includes reptiles, birds, and mammals.
commove,
To put in motion, to disturb, to unsettle.
open,
To loosen or make less compact, as to open matted cotton by separating the fibers.
Self-applause.
Applause of oneself.
Outrider.
One who rides out on horseback.
Subcentral.
Nearly central, not quite central.
Blazon.
To shine, to be conspicuous.
Leitmotif.
The act of guiding, directing, governing, or enticing, guidance.
Decidable.
Capable of being decided, determinable.
Perceivance.
Power of perceiving.
Ascribable.
Capable of being ascribed, attributable.
Pistic.
Pure, genuine.
Aloneness.
A state of being alone, or without company, solitariness.
Barbae.
Of, or from, barbarian nations, foreign, often with reference to barbarous nations of East.
Inculcator.
One who inculcates.
Durationate.
To pluck up by the roots, to extirpate.
Domino.
A costume worn as a disguise at masquerades, consisting of a robe with a hood adjustable at pleasure.
Dispender.
One who dispends or expends, a steward.
Stemming.
Present participle and verbal noun of stem, a curved piece of timber to which the two sides of the ship are united at the fore end. The lower end of it is scarfed to the keel, and the bowsprit rests upon its upper end, hence, the forward part of a vessel, the bow.
Preventer.
A moving, inclined, endless apron on which ore is concentrated by a current of water, a kind of bottle.
Autogenous.
Developed from an independent center of ossification.
Emble.
To go at the easy gait called an emble, applied to the horse or to its rider.
Screwed.
A young codfish, especially when cut open on the back and dressed.
Syndic.
An agent of a corporation, or of any body of men engaged in a business enterprise, an advocate or patron, an assignee.
Icy.
Pertaining to, resembling, or abounding in, ice, cold, frosty.
Fasciated.
Broadly banded with color.
Coarse.
Arranged in courses, as, coarse masonry.
Oversize.
To surpass in size.
Fussine.
A dark-colored substance obtained from empyreumatic animal oil.
Whistler.
the golden plover and the gray plover.
Terminate.
To come to a limit in time, to end, to close.
Understudy.
One who studies another's part with a view to assuming it in an emergency.
Fiducial.
Having faith or trust, confident, undoubting, firm.
Tubular branchiata.
A group of gastropod mollusks having a tubular shell. Vermetus is an example.
Collocate.
Set, placed.
Piping.
A piece cut off to be set or planted. A cutting. Also, propagation by cuttings.
Obituary.
A list of the dead, or a register of anniversary days when services performed for the dead.
Trahala.
An amorphous variety of man obtained from the nests and cocoons of Assyrian Coleopterous insect Larinus maculatus, Latin nidificans, etc., which feeds on the foliage of a variety of thistle. It is used as an article of food, and is called also nest sugar.
Paragenin.
A curdy white substance, obtained by the decomposition of pyrrolin.
Inebriate.
One who is drunk or intoxicated, especially an habitual drunkard, as an asylum for inebriates.
Tabulation.
The act of forming into a table or tables, as the tabulation of statistics.
Sententious.
Abounding with sentences, axioms, and maxims, full of meaning, terse and energetic in expression, pithy, as a sententious style or discourse, sententious truth.
Sweat.
The act of sweating, or the state of one who sweats, hence, labor, toil, drudgery.
Cauterize.
To burn or sear with a cautery or caustic.
Flesh.
The character under the influence of animal propensities or selfish passions, the soul unmoved by spiritual influences.
Newt.
Trifles, jests.
Air bladder.
An air sac, sometimes double or variously lobed, in the visceral cavity of many fishes. It originates in the same way as the lungs of air-breathing vertebrates, and in the adult may retain a tubular connection with the pharynx or esophagus.
Mandrill.
The live spindle of a turning lathe, the revolving arbor of a circular saw. It is usually driven by a pulley.
Cheap jack.
A seller of low-priced or second goods, a hawker.
Elite-flower.
A kind of apple, of a roundish conical shape, purplish red color, and having a large core.
Sullen.
A cradle, as for a broken limb. a bed or cot for a baby, oscillating on rockers or swinging on pivots, hence, the place of origin, or in which anything is nurtured or protected in the earlier period of existence, as a cradle of crime, the cradle of liberty. 6.
Liquidated.
Imperfect and past participle of liquidate, to determine by agreement or by litigation the precise amount of indebtedness, or, where there is an indebtedness to more than one person, to determine the precise amount of each indebtedness, to make the amount of an indebtedness clear and certain.
Bag.
Imperfect and past participle of bag, a sac, or dependent gland, in animal bodies, containing some fluid or other substance, as the bag of poison in the mouth of some serpents, the bag of a cow.
Checkai.
Divided into small alternating squares of two tinctures, said of the field or of an armorial bearing.
Nucleiform.
Formed like a nucleus or kernel.
Parried.
Imperfect and past participle of parry, a warding off of a thrust or blow, as in sword and bayonet exercises or in boxing, hence, figuratively, a defensive movement in debate or other intellectual encounter.
Incident.
Liable to happen, apt to occur, befalling, hence, naturally happening or appertaining.
Juxtaposition.
To place in close connection or contiguity, to juxtapose.
Conscious.
Possessing the faculty of knowing one's own thoughts or mental operations.
Sip.
Imperfect and past participle of sip, to drink or imbibe in small quantities, especially, to take in with the lips in small quantities, as a liquid, as, to sip tea.
Irrelative.
Not relative, without mutual relations, unconnected.
Aspection.
The act of viewing, a look.
Flash.
To splash, as water.
Resize.
To seize again, or a second time.
Prorate.
To divide or distribute proportionally, to assess pro rata.
Contangos.
The premium or interest paid by the buyer to the seller, to be allowed to defer paying for the stock purchased until the next fortnightly settlement day.
Mericarp.
One carpel of an umbelliferous fruit, the peculiar fruit of fennel, carrot, parsnip, and the like, consisting of a pair of carpels pendant from a supporting axis.
Ingraftation.
The act of engrafting, engraftment.
Lation.
Transportation, conveyance.
Funnel.
A vessel of the shape of an inverted hollow cone, terminating below in a pipe, and used for conveying liquids into a close vessel, a tunnel.
Pelta.
A small shield, especially one of an approximately elliptic form, or crescent shape.
Thix.
Close planted, as a thickset wood, a thickset hedge.
Current.
The acid fruit or berry of the ribes rubrum or common red currant, or of its variety, the white currant.
Vaticin.
A prediction, vaticination.
Syzygy.
The immovable union of two joints of a crinoidal arm.
Car.
The cage of a lift or elevator.
Copper nose.
A red nose.
Informity.
Want of regular form, shapelessness.
Reassemble.
To assemble again.
Withholdment.
The act of withholding.
Venkov.
A vein.
Tufcate.
The exact state or quality of texture and consistency of well-reduced and refined copper.
Achromatic.
Communicated orally, oral, applied to the esoteric teachings of Aristotle, those intended for his genuine disciples, in distinction from his exoteric doctrines, which were adapted to outsiders or the public generally, hence, abstruse, profound.
On.
Forward, in succession, as, from father to son, from the son to the grandson, and so on.
Diurnal.
Of this day, belonging to the present day.
Cyanometer.
An instrument for measuring degrees of blueness.
Presidential.
Of or pertaining to president, as, the presidential chair, a presidential election.
Slatted.
Imperfect and past participle of slat, a thin, narrow strip or bar of wood or metal, as, the slats of a window blind.
Consecrating.
Present participle and verbal noun of consecrate, to make, or declare to be, sacred, to appropriate to sacred uses, to set apart, dedicate, or devote to the service or worship of God, as, to consecrate a church, to give one's self, unreservedly, as to the service of God.
Incrustative.
A substance which has the power to thicken, formerly, a medicine supposed to thicken the humors.
Dermal.
Pertaining to the dermis or true skin.
Mahabharatam.
A celebrated epic poem of the Hindus, it is of great length, and is chiefly devoted to the history of a civil war between two dynasties of ancient India.
Masquerade.
To assemble in masks, to take part in a masquerade.
Isogonic.
characterized by isogonism.
Holy,
Set apart to the service or worship of God, hallowed, sacred, reserved from profane or common use, holy vessels, holy priesthood.
diably,
Devilry, sorcery or incantation, a diabolical deed, mischief.
rhizophaga,
A division of marsupials. The wombat is the type.
skirmisher,
Soldiers deployed in loose order to cover the front or flanks of an advancing army or a marching column.
brachiopod,
One of the brachiopoda, or its shell.
scowl,
Hence, to look gloomy, dark, or threatening, to lure.
harvested,
Imperfect and past participle of harvest, the gathering of a crop of any kind, the ingathering of the crops, also, the season of gathering grain and fruits, late summer or early autumn.
slade,
A little dell or valley, a flat piece of low, moist ground.
prelature,
The state or dignity of a prelate, prelacy.
lemmed,
Imperfect and past participle of lem. To beat soundly, to thrash.
spectacled,
Furnished with spectacles, wearing spectacles.
motley,
Naughtily, wrongly.
epicedial,
Elegiac, funereal.
castle-ward,
Castle-ward is a term that can refer to a synonym of castle guard, which historically described a duty or imposition for maintaining watch over a castle. It can also refer to a specific property in Northern Ireland known for its unique architectural styles and historical significance.
suspire,
To fetch a long, deep breath, to sigh, to breathe.
pring,
Present participle and verbal noun of prig, to haggle about the price of a commodity, to bargain hard.
infamized,
Imperfect and past participle of infamize, to make infamous, to diffam.
austere,
Stirring, in a state of activity or motion, out of bed.
wall,
A thick piece of fat.
rapacious,
Avaricious, grasping, extortionate, also, greedy, ravenous, voracious, as, rapacious usurers, a rapacious appetite.
zested,
Imperfect and past participle of zest, hence, something that gives or enhances a pleasant taste, or the taste itself, an appetizer, also, keen enjoyment, relish, gusto.
miss,
Mistake, error, fault.
Hame.
One of the two curved pieces of wood or metal in the harness of a draft horse, to which the traces are fastened. They are fitted upon the collar, or have pads fitting the horse's neck attached to them.
Infirmity.
A personal frailty or failing, foible, eccentricity, a weakness or defect.
Patronage.
A collection of small houses surrounded by a wall and occupied by a community of beguines.
By.
Aside, as, to lay by, to put by.
Copulate.
To unite in sexual intercourse, to come together in the act of generation.
Misconclusion.
An erroneous inference or conclusion.
Look.
Expression of the eyes and face, manner, as, a proud or defiant look.
Beehive.
A hive for a swarm of bees, also used figuratively.
Ironweed.
A tall weed with purplish flowers, Vernonia novoracensis. The name is also applied to other plants of the same genus.
Provide.
To appoint to an ecclesiastical benefice before it is vacant, one who procures or receives a papal provision, to supply with food, to victual, as, to provision a garrison.
Epsomite.
Native sulfate of magnesia or Epsom salt.
Peasant life.
Rude, clownish, illiterate.
Officering.
Present participle and verbal noun of officer, one who holds an office, a person lawfully invested with an office, whether civil, military, or ecclesiastical, as a church officer, a police officer, a staff officer.
Quaternion.
A word of 4 syllables, a quadrisyllable.
Denounce.
To point out as deserving of reprehension or punishment, etc. To accuse in a threatening manner. To invoke censure upon. To stigmatize.
Transference.
The act of transferring, conveyance, passage, transfer.
Infamies.
That loss of character, or public disgrace, which a convict incurs, and by which he is at common law rendered incompetent as a witness.
Paralogism.
A reasoning which is false in point of form, that is, which is contrary to logical rules or formulae, a formal fallacy, or pseudo-syllogism, in which the conclusion does not follow from the premises.
Aconisia.
An intensely poisonous alkaloid, extracted from aconi.
Semichorus.
A half-chorus, a passage to be sung by a selected portion of the voices, as the female voices only, in contrast with the full choir.
Octodont.
Of or pertaining to the octodontid, a family of rodents which includes the coipu and many other South American species.
Insect.
Of or pertaining to an insect or insects.
Ingeniously.
In an ingenious manner, with ingenuity, skillfully, wittily, cleverly.
Coexistence.
Existence at the same time with another. Contemporary existence.
Pillar.
Of or pertaining to pills, resembling a pill or pills, as a pillar mass.
Melanosperm.
An alga of any kind that produces blackish spores, or seed dust. The melanosperms include the rockweeds and all kinds of kelp.
Agrarianize.
To distribute according to, or to imbue with, the principles of agrarianism.
Patoho.
A name given in the Sandwich Islands to log having a relatively smooth surface, in distinction from the rough-surfaced lava, called ANO.
Outwo.
To exceed in woe.
Religionary.
Relating to religion, pious, as, religionary professions.
Raredemine.
A backward stroke.
Jested.
Imperfect and past participle of jest, something done or said in order to amuse, a joke, a witticism, a jocose or sportive remark or phrase, something done or said in order to amuse, a joke, a witticism, a jocose or sportive remark or phrase, plural of synonym, one of two or more words commonly words of the same language, which are equivalents of each other, one of two or more words which have very nearly the same signification, and therefore may often be used interchangeably. See under synonymous, under jest, see I.
Episcopal.
Governed by bishops, as an episcopal church.
Venerhawk.
The kestrel.
Fucus.
A genus of tough, leathery seaweeds, usually of a dull brownish-green color. Rockweed.
Motioner.
One who makes a motion, a mover.
Hawk.
To catch, or attempt to catch, birds by means of hawks trained for the purpose, and let loose on the prey, to practice falconry.
Lodicule.
One of the two or three delicate membranous scales which are next to the stamens in grasses.
Seta.
A genus of malvaceous plants common in the tropics. All the species are mutulogenous, and some have tough ligneous fibers which are used as a substitute for hemp and flax.
Silverless.
Having no silver, hence, without money, impecunious.
Gangrenous.
Affected by, or produced by, gangrene, of the nature of gangrene.
Diminution.
a lessening, diminution, decrease.
Atlantic,
Of or pertaining to the Isle of Atlantis.
Snuff,
A short candle and used for igniting a fuse.
Dapple,
To brigade with spots, to spot.
Sarcopted,
Of or pertaining to the Ichmites.
Catilla,
A coop-like cavity or organ. The cavity in which the leg of an insect is inserted at its articulation with the body.
Sway,
To be drawn to one side by weight or influence. To lean, to incline.
Explanatoriness,
The quality of being explanatory.
Nasal,
A plate or scale on the nose of a fish, etc.
Skewer,
A pin of wood or metal for fastening meat to a spit or for keeping it in form while roasting.
Hemiopsa,
A defect of vision in consequence of which a person sees but half of an object looked at.
Inconcealable,
Not concealable.
Recreate,
To create or form anew.
Antiphlogistic,
Any medicine or diet which tends to check inflammation.
Bulwer,
Decorative woodwork in which tortoise shell, yellow metal, white metal, etc. are inlaid, forming scrolls, cartouches, etc.
Chilliness,
A state or sensation of being chilly, a disagreeable sensation of coldness.
epidemical,
Spreading widely, or generally prevailing, affecting great numbers, as an epidemic does, as epidemic rage, an epidemic evil.
hearkened,
Imperfect and past participle of hearken, to listen, to lend the ear, to attend to what is uttered, to give heed, to hear, in order to obey or comply.
collogue,
To talk or confer secretly and confidentially. To converse, especially with evil intentions. To plot mischief.
pyroxene,
A common mineral occurring in monoclinic crystals, with a prismatic angle of nearly 90 degrees, and also in massive forms which are often laminated. It varies in color from white to dark green and black, and includes many varieties differing in color and composition, as diopside, malachite, salite, coccolite, augite, etc. They are all silicates of lime and magnesia with sometimes alumina and iron. Pyroxene is an essential constituent of many rocks, especially basic igneous rocks, as basalt, gabbro, etc.
demetus,
Pertaining to, or of the nature of, edema, affected with edema.
besmoke,
To harden or dry in smoke.
Blacksmith.
A smith who works in iron with a forge, and makes iron utensils, doors, shoes, etc.
Lean-faced.
Slender or narrow, set of type the letters of which have thin lines, or are unusually narrow in proportion to their height.
Flocylogist.
Composed of, or derived from, silicon and fluorine.
Protract.
To put off to distant time, to delay, to defer, as, to protract a decision or duty.
Cervix.
The neck, also, the neck-like portion of any part, as of the womb of bird.
Fossil.
Having, or surrounded by, long, narrow depressions or furrows.
Dinner.
An entertainment, a feast.
Synosteology.
That part of anatomy which treats of joints. Arthrology.
Friar.
A white or pale patch on a printed page.
Revelation.
That which is revealed.
Uncurbable.
Not capable of being curbed.
Parochmastic.
Gradually decreasing, past the acme, or crisis, as a distemper.
Diplomatical.
Pertaining to diplomacy, relating to the foreign ministers at court, who are called the diplomatic body.
Ponderal.
Estimated or ascertained by weight, distinguished from numeral, as a ponderal drachma.
Obstruct.
To be, or come, in the way of, to hinder from passing, to stop, to impede, to retard, as the bar in the harbor obstructs the passage of ships, clouds obstruct the light of the sun, and wise rules obstruct legislation.
Incitable.
Invisible.
Clear-sightedness.
Acute discernment.
Deafness.
Incapacity of perceiving sounds, the state of the organs which prevents the impression which constitute hearing, want of the sense of hearing.
Squint.
An opening made in the interior walls of a cruciform church to afford a view of the altar to those in the transepts, called, in architecture, a squint.
Abrasion.
The act of abrading, wearing, or rubbing off, the wearing away by friction, as the abrasion of coins.
Charge.
The act of rushing upon, or towards, an enemy, a sudden onset or attack, as of troops, especially cavalry, hence, the signal for attack, as, to sound the charge.
Rhythmic.
Pertaining to, or of the nature of, rhythm.
Kafir.
One of the race inhabiting Kafiristan in Central Asia.
Chaotically.
in a chaotic manner.
Spawner.
Whatever produces spawn of any kind.
Stith.
An anvil, a stithy.
Buckle.
To yield, to give way, to cease supposing.
Feather foil.
An aquatic plant Cotonia palustris, having finely divided leaves.
Apostolical.
Pertaining to an apostle, or to the apostles, their times, or their peculiar spirit, as an apostolical mission, the apostolic age.
Somber.
Gloom, obscurity, duskiness, somberness.
Gravestone.
A stone laid over, or erected near, a grave, usually with an inscription, to preserve the memory of the dead, a tombstone.
Bench.
A conformation like a bench, a long stretch of flat ground, or a kind of natural terrace, near a lake or river.
Phytopathologist.
One skilled in diseases of plants.
Favorable.
Beautiful, well-favored.
Inauthoritative.
Without authority, not authoritative.
Round.
A short vocal piece, resembling a catch in which 3 or 4 voices follow each other round in a species of canon in the unison.
Lie.
To attend or conduct with a lie, to show the way to by means of a lie.
Rise.
To increase in size, force, or value, to proceed toward a climax.
Mode.
Past participle of no, may, can.
Emboss.
To seek the bushy forest, to hide in the woods.
Indon.
Unworthy, undeserving, disgraceful, degrading.
Pancratical.
Of or pertaining to the pancratium, athletic.
Supri.
To ravish, to debauch.
Clink.
A slight, sharp, tinkling sound, made by the collision of sonorous bodies.
Fauces.
The narrow passage from the mouth to the pharynx, situated between the soft palate and the base of the tongue, called also the isthmus of the fauces, on either side of the passage 2 membranous folds, called the pillars of the fauces, enclose the tonsils.
Incongruities.
The quality or state of being incongruous, want of congruity, unsuitableness, inconsistency, impropriety.
Sunglasses.
A convex lens of glass for producing heat by converging the sun's rays into a focus.
Pretty.
Moderately large, considerable, as he had saved a pretty fortune.
Chinchilla.
A heavy, long-necked, tufted woolen cloth.
Cremaster.
The apex of the last abdominal segment of an insect.
Idealization.
The representation of natural objects, scenes, etc., in such a way as to show their most important characteristics. The study of the ideal.
Brave.
A man daring beyond discretion, a bully.
Ecstasies.
The state of being beside oneself or wrapped out of oneself, a state in which the mind is elevated above the reach of ordinary impressions, as when under the influence of overpowering emotion, an extraordinary elevation of the spirit, as when the soul, unconscious of sensible objects, is supposed to contemplate heavenly mysteries.
Convey.
To transfer or deliver to another, to make over, as property, more strictly law, to transfer real estate, or pass a title to real estate, by a sealed writing.
Gypsyism.
The arts and practices or habits of gypsies, deception, cheating, flattery.
Non-decidual.
Characterized by the absence of a decidua, indecidual.
Stumbled.
Imperfect and past participle of stumble. To trip in walking or in moving in any way with the legs. To strike the foot so as to fall, or to endanger a fall. To stagger because of a false step.
Decipher.
To stamp, to detect, to discover.
Sneck.
A door latch or sneck.
Fractional.
Relatively small, inconsiderable, insignificant, as a fractional part of the population.
Innocent.
Morally free from guilt, guiltless, not tainted with sin, pure, upright.
Soak.
To enter into something, by pores or interstices, as water soaks into the earth or other porous matter.
Charlatanism.
Undue pretensions to skill, quackery, wheedling, empiricism.
Thrall-like.
Resembling a thrall, or his condition, feelings, or the like, slavish.
Hyperkinetic.
Of or pertaining to hyperkinsis.
Visualize.
To make visual, or visible, to see in fancy.
Anther.
That part of the stamen containing the pollen, or fertilizing dust, which, when mature, is emitted for the impregnation of the ovary.
Bookful.
Filled with book learning.
Olived.
Decorated or furnished with olive trees.
Want.
The state of not having, the condition of being without anything, absence or scarcity of what is needed or desired, deficiency, lack, as, the want of power or knowledge for any purpose, want of food and clothing.
Laurel.
An evergreen shrub of the genus Laurus latinabilis, having aromatic leaves of a lanceolate shape, with clusters of small, yellowish-white flowers in their axils, called also sweet bay.
Bride.
To make a bride of.
Sortedly.
The quality or state of being sorted.
10th.
The 10th part of the annual profit of every living in the kingdom, formerly paid to the Pope, but afterward transferred to the crown, it now forms a part of the fund called Queen Anne's Bounty.
Stylops.
A genus of minute insects parasitic, in their larval state, on bees and wasps. It is the typical genus of the group Strepsiptera, formerly considered a distinct order, but now generally referred to the Coleoptera, a group of small insects having the anterior wings rudimentary, and in the form of short and slender twisted appendages, while the posterior ones are large and membranous. They are parasitic in the larval state on bees, wasps, and the like, called also Rapiptera under Rapipter.
Pipsisua.
A low evergreen plant Gemaphila umbellata, with narrow, wedge lanceolate leaves, and an umbel of pretty nodding fragrant blossoms. It has been used in nephritic diseases, called also prince's pine.
Illuminating.
Giving or producing light, used for illumination.
Revoke.
The act of revoking.
Crab-faced.
Having a sour, disagreeable countenance.
Handsaw.
A saw used with one hand.
Sola.
A leguminous plant Eschinamine asperia, growing in moist places in southern India and the East Indies. Its pith-like stem is used for making hats, swimming jackets, etc.
Decidedly.
In a decided manner, indisputably, clearly, thoroughly.
Anthrax.
A carbuncle.
Cataleptic.
Incomplete, partial, not affecting the whole of a substance.
Flute.
A musical wind instrument, consisting of hollow cylinder or pipe, with holes along its length, stopped by the fingers or by keys which are opened by the fingers. The modern flute is closed at the upper end, and blown with the mouth at a lateral hole.
Alacrious.
Brisk, joyously active, lively.
Allowed.
Imperfect and past participle of allow, to own or acknowledge, to accept as true, to concede, to accede to an opinion, as, to allow right, to allow claim, to allow the truth of a proposition.
Bloodbird.
An Australian honeysucker Myzamela sanguineolata, so called from the bright red color of the male bird.
Unite.
A member of the Greek Church, who nevertheless acknowledges the supremacy of the Pope of Rome, one of the United Greeks, also used adjectively.
Dissertational.
Relating to dissertations, resembling a dissertation.
Delicate.
Affected by slight causes, showing slight changes, as a delicate thermometer.
Extreme.
At the utmost point, edge, or border, outermost, utmost, farthest, most remote, at the widest limit.
Accuse.
That of which one is accused, the charge of an offense or crime, or the declaration containing the charge.
Triplet.
A mineral of a dark brown color, generally with a fibrous, massive structure. It is a phosphate of iron and manganese.
Beryllium.
A metallic element found in the beryl. A rare metallic element, of a silver-white color, and low specific gravity 2.1, resembling magnesium. It never occurs naturally in the free state, but is always combined, usually with silica or alumina, or both, as in the minerals phenacite, chrysoberyl, beryl or emerald, euclase, and donalite. It was named from its oxide glaucina, which was known long before the element was isolated. Symbol glucinum. Atomic weight 9.1, called also beryllium.
Upper.
Being further up, literally or figuratively, higher in place, position, rank, dignity, or the like, superior, as, the upper lip, the upper side of a thing, the upper house of a legislature.
Hydrofluorate.
A supposed compound of hydrofluoric acid and a base, a fluoride.
Polar.
A hornless animal, cow or sheep.
Dash.
The sign of staccato, a small marked slash, denoting that the note over which it is placed is to be performed in a short, distinct manner.
Trouble.
To disturb, to perplex, to afflict, to distress, to grieve, to fret, to annoy, to vex.
Precipice.
To suppose beforehand, to imply as antecedent, to take for granted, to assume, as creation presupposes a creator.
Secondary.
Of the second size, rank, quality, or value, as a second-rate ship, second-rate cloth, a second-rate champion.
Lapel.
That part of the garment which is turned back, specifically, the lap, or fold, of the front of the coat in continuation of collar.
Cherry.
The common garden cherry Prunus cercis, of which several hundred varieties are cultivated for the fruit, some of which are the Bigro, Black Heart, Black Tartarian, Ox Heart, Morel or Morello, Mayduke corrupted from Medoc in France.
Camellia.
An Asiatic genus of small shrubs, often with shining leaves and showy flowers. Camellia japonica is much cultivated for ornament, and centigrade, sasanqua and centigrade oleifera are grown in China for the oil which is pressed from their seeds. The tea plant is now referred to this genus under the name of Camellia thea.
paw,
To draw the forefoot along the ground, to beat or scrape with the forefoot.
climation,
The act of crying out.
spelling,
That which is spalled or spit out.
heliometry,
The art or practice of measuring the diameters of heavenly bodies, their relative distances, etc., an instrument devised originally for measuring the diameter of the sun, now employed for delicate measurements of the distance and relative direction of two stars too far apart to be easily measured in the field of view of an ordinary telescope.
heaven,
Any place of supreme happiness or great comfort, perfect felicity, bliss, a sublime or exalted condition, as a heaven of delight.
illuminize,
To treat or impregnate with alum, to alum.
choke,
To be checked, as if by choking, to stick.
levelly,
In an even or level manner.
lent,
Slow, in slow time, slowly, rarely written lenti.
utrochera,
A mineral of a violet blue color, inclining to gray and white. It is a hydrous fluoride of cerium, yttrium, and calcium.
phonographic,
Of or pertaining to phonography, based upon phonography.
shaved,
Imperfect and past participle of shag, to make hairy or shaggy, hence, to make rough.
oblateness,
The quality or state of being oblate.
oversman,
An umpire, a third arbiter, appointed when two arbiters, previously selected, disagree.
scotch,
The dialect or dialects of English spoken by the people of Scotland.
British,
Foul willies, feculent.
long sufferance,
Forbearance to punish or resent.
seventhly,
In the seventh place.
curtained,
Imperfect and past participle of curtain, a hanging screen intended to darken or conceal, and admitting of being drawn back or up, and reclosed at pleasure, especially drapery of cloth or lace hanging round a bed or at a window, in theaters, and like places, a movable screen for concealing the stage.
bicycle,
A light vehicle having two wheels one behind the other. It has a saddle seat and is propelled by the rider's feet acting on cranks or levers.
patties,
a little pie,
predict,
to assert to belong to something, to affirm one thing of another, as, to predicate whiteness of snow.
crescentwise,
In the form of a crescent, like a crescent.
correspondent,
One who communicates information, etc., by letter or telegram to newspaper or periodical.
swing tree,
The bar of a carriage to which the traces are fastened, the whiffletree.
species,
An officinal mixture or compound powder of any kind, especially one used for making an aromatic tea or tisane, a tea mixture.
decision,
The quality of being decided, prompt and fixed determination, unwavering firmness, as to manifest great decision.
solved,
Imperfect and past participle of solve, to heal, to remedy, to cure, to make good, to soothe, as with an ointment, especially by some device, trick, or quibble, to gloss over.
voyageable,
That may be sailed over, as water or air, navigable.
playmaker,
A playwright.
confederate,
Of or pertaining to the government of the 11 southern states of the United States which 1860 to 1865 attempted to establish an independent nation styled the Confederate States of America as the Confederate Congress, Confederate money.
remembrance,
The state of being remembered, or held in mind, memory, recollection.
exarchate,
The office or the province of an exarch.
purger,
A perjured person.
congenerous,
Allied in origin or cause. Congeneric, as, congenerous diseases.
intercessor,
One who goes between, or intercedes. A mediator. One who interposes between parties at variance, with a view to reconcile them. One who pleads in behalf of another.
arming,
Present participle and verbal noun of arm, to cover or furnish with a plate, or with whatever will add strength, force, security, or efficiency, as, to arm the hit of a sword, to arm hook in angling.
tigella,
That part of an embryo which represents the young stem, the caulicle or radicle.
humored,
Imperfect and past participle of humor, that quality of the imagination which gives to ideas an incongruous or fantastic turn, and tends to excite laughter or mirth by ludicrous images or representations, a playful fancy, facetiousness.
stoop,
A flagon, vessel or measure for liquids.
scent,
To perceive by the olfactory organs, to smell, as, to scent game, as a hound does.
Welch.
The language of Wales, or of the Welsh people.
Worm.
To work slowly, gradually, and secretly.
Title.
The instrument which is evidence of a
Supping.
present participle and verbal noun of sup, to take into the mouth with the lips, as a liquid, to take or drink by a little at a time, to sip.
Fumet.
The dung of deer.
Appliance.
The act of applying, application, obsolete, subservience.
Fetidity.
The quality or state of being fed.
Vulgarize.
To make vulgar, or common.
Suberous.
Having a corky texture.
Compass.
To enclose on all sides, to surround, to encircle, to environ, to invest, to besiege, used with about, round, around, and round about.
Counter roll.
A duplicate roll record or account, kept by an officer as a check upon another officer's roll.
Cinch.
A tight grip.
Maturative.
A remedy promoting maturation, a maturant.
Target.
Gypsum or plaster stone.
Sphysal.
Gangrene.
Immensible.
Incapable of being measured. Indefinitely extensive. Illimitable. Immeasurable. Vast.
Announcement.
Act of announcing that which is announced.
Illustration.
A picture designed to decorate a volume or elucidate a literary work.
Laconical.
Expressing much in few words, after the manner of the Laconians or Spartans, brief and pithy, brusque, epigrammatic, in this sense laconic is the usual form.
Tiptoe.
To step or walk on tiptoe.
Saccharilla.
A kind of muslin.
Triumvirate.
A triumvirate.
Divorced.
Imperfect and past participle of divorce, a legal dissolution of the marriage contract by a court or other body having competent authority. This is properly a divorce, and called, technically, divorce of vinculo matrimony.
Autonomy.
The power or right of self-government, or political independence, of a city or a state.
Tint.
A color considered with reference to other very similar colors, as red and blue are different colors, but two shades of scarlet are different tints.
aplomb,
assurance of manner or of action, self-possession.
water brain,
A kind of brain affecting cattle.
poison,
To injure or kill by poison, to administer poison to.
ferment,
To cause ferment of fermentation in, to set in motion, to excite internal emotion in, to heat.
self-repetition,
Repetition of one's self or of one's acts, the saying or doing what one has already said or done.
witness,
Attestation of a fact or an event, testimony.
orphan,
To cause to become an orphan, to deprive of parents.
hoof,
To walk as cattle.
plurality,
The state of being plural, or consisting of more than one, a number consisting of two or more of the same kind, as a plurality of worlds, the plurality of a verb, of benefices, below.
session,
The giving up or vacating a benefice by accepting another without a proper dispensation.
stiffen,
To make torpid, to benum.
elging,
Present participle and verbal noun of elide, to cut off, as a vowel or a syllable, usually the final one, to subject to elision.
volvulus,
The spasmodic contraction of the intestines which causes colic.
wage,
To expose oneself to, as a risk, to incur, as a danger, to venture, to hazard.
sentinel,
To watch over like a sentinel.
fasten,
A light helmet, at first open, but later made with a visor.
polyanthesis,
The oxlip, so called because the peduncle bears a many-flowered umbel. The great cowslip primulaveris, variant elatior, a bulbous flowering plant of the genus Narcissus antizeta, or N. Polyanthus of some authors of Narcissus.
spirally,
In a spiral form, manner, or direction.
counter gauge,
An adjustable gauge, with double points for transferring measurements from one timber to another, as the breadth of a mortise to the place where the tenon is to be made.
exuberant,
Characterized by abundance or superabundance, plenteous, rich, overflowing, copious or excessive in production, as exuberant goodness, an exuberant intellect, exuberant foliage.
wand,
A staff of authority.
Glauber's salts,
Sulfate of soda, a well-known cathartic, it is a white crystalline substance, with a cooling, slightly bitter taste, and is commonly called salts.
psychopanicism,
The doctrine that the soul falls asleep at death, and does not wake until the resurrection of the body.
Minge.
A small biting fly, a midge.
Oxade.
Having large, full eyes, like those of an ox.
Myself.
I or me in person, used for emphasis, my own self or person, as I myself will do it, I have done it myself, used also instead of me, as the object of the first person of a reflexive verb, without emphasis, as, I will defend myself.
Nihilism.
The theories and practices of the nihilists.
Brood.
To think anxiously or moodily upon.
Scarring.
Present participle and verbal noun of scar, a mark in the skin or flesh of an animal, made by a wound or ulcer, and remaining after the wound or ulcer is healed. A cicatrix, a mark left by a previous injury, a blemish, a disfigurement.
Jan.
One of intermediate order between angels and men.
Sagus.
A genus of palms from which sago is obtained.
Charta.
A charter or deed, a writing by which a grant is made. The Great Charter, so called, obtained by the English barons from King John, died 1215. This name is also given to the charter granted to the people of England in the 9th year of Henry III, and confirmed by Edward I.
Overstayed.
Imperfect and past participle of overs, to stay beyond the time or the limits of, as, to overstay the appointed time.
Tagger.
A device for removing taglocks from sheep.
Rain.
To restrain, to control, to check.
Dependence.
A matter depending, or in suspense, and still to be determined, ground of controversy or quarrel.
Servable.
Capable of being served.
Partisanship.
Harlotry.
Mirza.
The common title of honor in Persia, prefixed to the surname of an individual. When appended to the surname, it signifies prince.
Trunkfuls.
As much as a trunk will hold, enough to fill a trunk.
Animator.
One who, or that which, animates, an animator.
Thessalonian.
Of or pertaining to Thessalonica, a city of Macedonia.
Cloud.
To cover with cloth, leather, or other material. To bandage, patch, or mend, with a cloth.
Harsh.
Unpleasant and repulsive to the sensibilities, austere, crabbed, morose, abusive, severe, rough.
Continuance.
the entry of such adjournment and the grounds thereof on the record.
Thrust.
Imperfect and past participle of thrust, the force or pressure of one part of a construction against other parts, especially arch, horizontal or diagonal outward pressure, as of an arch against its abutments, or of rafters against the wall which support them.
Genesis.
A tablet, a register, hence, a list or scheme inscribed on a tablet.
Femur.
The proximal segment of the hind limb containing the thigh bone, the thigh, the first joint of the leg of an insect or crustacean.
Sped.
Imperative of speed.
Droop.
Imperfect and past participle of droop, specifically, a small body of cavalry, light horse, or dragoons, consisting usually of about 60 men, commanded by a captain, the unit of formation of cavalry, corresponding to the company in infantry, formerly, also, a company of horse artillery, a battery.
Tiger.
A very large and powerful carnivore Felis tigris, native of southern Asia and the East Indies. Its back and sides are tawny or rufous yellow, transversely striped with black. The tail is ringed with black. The throat and belly are nearly white. When full grown, it equals or exceeds the lion in size and strength, called also Royal Tiger and Bengal Tiger.
Narcosis.
Privation of sense or consciousness due to narcotic.
Treatise.
A treatise, also, a treaty.
Moral.
Relating to duty or obligation, pertaining to those intentions and actions of which right and wrong, virtue and vice, are predicated, or to the rules by which such intentions and actions ought to be directed, relating to the practice, manners, or conduct of men as social beings in relation to each other, as respects right and wrong, so far as they are properly subject to rules.
Jewelry.
Jewels, collectively, as a bride's jewelry.
Controversial.
Relating to, or consisting of, controversy, disputatious, polemical, as, controversial divinity.
Yet.
Before some future time, before the end, eventually, in time.
Chalk.
Imperfect and past participle of chalk, a wedge, or block made to fit in any space which it is desired to fill, especially something to steady a cask or other body, or prevent it from moving, by fitting into the space around or beneath the talion.
Much.
To a great degree or extent, greatly, abundantly, far, nearly.
Feed.
The supply of material to machine, as water to a steam boiler, coal to a furnace, or grain to a run of stones.
Frill.
To wrinkle, set of the gelatin film.
thirst,
To have a vehement desire.
epidemically,
In an epidemic manner.
chestnut,
Of the color of a chestnut, of a reddish-brown color, as chestnut curls.
shampooing,
Present participle and verbal noun of shampoo, to press or knead the whole surface of the body of a person, and at the same time to stretch the limbs and joints, in connection with the hot bath.
acrocephaly,
Loftiness of skull.
sarracine,
A portcullis, or hearse.
exophthalmic,
Of or pertaining to, or characterized by, exophthalmia.
deflagration,
The act or process of deflagrating.
indubious,
Not dubious or doubtful, certain.
sandworm,
The chigo, a species of flea.
displayed,
With wings expanded, said of a bird of prey, especially an eagle.
misdoubt,
To be suspicious of, to have suspicion.
wash,
A medical preparation in a liquid form for external application, a lotion.
glum,
Moody, silent, sullen.
immerited,
Considered as having done sufficient public service, and therefore honorably discharged.
crenel,
An embrasure or indentation in a battlement, a loophole in a fortress, an indentation, a notch, one of the solid parts of a battlemented parapet, a battlement of battlement, an illus of battlement.
leukocythemia,
A disease in which the white corpuscles of the blood are largely increased in number, and there is enlargement of the spleen, or the lymphatic glands, leukemia.
forslow,
To loiter,
inspire,
to draw in breath, to inhale air into the lungs, opposed to expire. A perforated cask for draining sugar.
accommodating,
Affording, or disposed to afford, accommodation, obliging, as an accommodating man, spirit, arrangement,
diastem,
an interval,
phrenology,
the science of the special functions of the several parts of the brain, or of the supposed connection between the various faculties of the mind and particular organs in the brain.
scrubby,
Of the nature of scrub, small and mean, stunted in growth, as a scrubby cur.
sill,
Any leaping plant glass of the genus Scilla, or family Psyllid.
socinianize,
To cause to conform to socinianism, to regulate by, or imbue with, the principles of socinianism.
Cuffing.
Present participle and verbal noun of cuff, any ornamental appendage at the wrist, whether attached to the sleeve of the garment or separate, especially, in modern times, such an appendage of starched linen, or a substitute for it of paper, or the like.
Mother.
That which has produced or nurtured anything, source of birth or origin, generatrix.
Yellows.
A disease of the bile in horses, cattle, and sheep, causing yellowness of the eyes, jaundice.
Subumbrella.
The integument of the under surface of the bell, or disc-shaped body, of a jellyfish.
Bruiser.
A boxer, a pugilist.
Textorial.
Of or pertaining to weaving.
Agichi lime.
The acid, olive-shaped, drupaceous fruit of a species of Pupilonis capitata, which grows in swamps in Georgia and Florida.
Gryphon.
An Anglo-Indian name for a person just arrived from Europe.
Prey.
The act of devouring other creatures, ravage.
Capitule.
A submarine.
Sleeve.
A narrow channel of water.
Collateral.
Tending toward the same conclusion or result as something else, additional, as collateral evidence.
Willing.
Free to do or to grant, having the mind inclined, not opposed in mind, not choosing to refuse, disposed, not averse, desirous, consenting, complying, ready.
Maxillary.
The principal maxillary bone, the maxilla.
Immature.
Not mature, unripe, not arrived at perfection of full development, crude, unfinished, as, immature fruit, immature character, immature plans.
Bow.
Two pieces of wood which form the arched forward part of a saddle tree.
Become.
To keep from motion, or stop the progress of, by the stilling of the wind, as, the fleet was becalmed.
Relied.
Imperfect and past participle of rely, to rest with confidence, as when fully satisfied of the veracity, integrity, or ability of persons, or of the certainty of facts or of evidence, to have confidence, to trust, to depend, with on, formerly also within.
Enhouseled.
Not having received the sacrament.
Leather.
An imitation of leather, made of paper and cloth.
Stringer.
One who strings, one who makes or provides strings, especially for bows.
Situation.
relative position, circumstances, temporary state or relation at a moment of action which excites interest, as of persons in a dramatic scene.
Invariable.
Incapable of erring, infallible, unerring.
Peacegater.
A fisherman, an angler.
Figure.
Value, as expressed in numbers. Price, as the goods are estimated or sold at a low figure.
Pronouns.
Strongly marked, decided, as in manners, etc.
Sprue.
Thrush,
Parasita.
a division of copepod crustacea, having a sucking mouth. As the Lernians, they are mostly parasites on fishes, called also siphonostomata.
Breaker.
One who, or that which, breaks.
Wash off.
Capable of being washed off, not permanent or durable. Set of colors not fixed by steaming or otherwise.
Melastoma.
A genus of evergreen tropical shrubs, so called from the blackberries of some species, which stain the mouth.
Intrigante.
A female intriguer.
Bind.
To prevent or restrain from customary or natural action, as certain drugs bind the bowels.
Slide.
A grace consisting of two or more small notes moving by conjoint degrees, and leading to principal note either above or below.
Monopolist.
One who monopolizes, one who has a monopoly, one who favors monopoly.
Awninged.
Furnished with an awning.
Low bell.
A bell to be hung on the neck of a sheep.
Brood.
Imperfect and past participle of brew, to prepare, as beer or other liquor, from malt and hops, or from other materials, by steeping, boiling, and fermentation.
Commission.
The act of committing, doing, or performing, the act of perpetrating.
Delighted.
Endowed with delight.
Cheval.
A horse, hence, a support or frame.
Stop.
Made by complete closure of the mouth organs, shut, set of certain consonants b, d, etc.
Thawed.
Imperfect and past participle of thaw, the melting of ice, snow, or other congealed matter, the resolution of ice, or the like, into the state of a fluid, liquefaction by heat of anything congealed by frost, also, a warmth of weather sufficient to melt that which is congealed.
Transmitting.
Present participle and verbal noun of transmit, to cause to pass over or through, to communicate by sending, to send from one person or place to another, to pass on or down as by inheritance, as, to transmit a memorial, to transmit dispatches, to transmit money, or bills of exchange, from one country to another.
Metallography.
A substitute for lithography, in which metallic plates are used instead of stone.
Fish.
A name loosely applied in popular usage to many animals of diverse characteristics, living in the water.
Usema.
A Burman measure of 12 miles.
Unhead.
To take off the hat of, to remove one's hat, especially as a mark of respect.
Rubric.
Hence, that which is established or settled, as by authority, a thing definitely settled or fixed.
Scarify.
To scratch or cut the skin of, especially medicine, to make small incisions in, by means of a lancet or scarificator, so as to draw blood from the smaller vessels without opening a large vein.
Morphin.
A morphological individual, characterized by definiteness of form by an, a physiological individual, a division of morphology created by Haeckel, the science of organic individuality constituting the purely structural portion of morphology, in which the organism is regarded as composed of organic individuals of different orders, each organ being considered an individual. Crystallography of organic forms, a division of morphology created by Haeckel. It is essentially stereometric, and relates to mathematical conception of organic forms, a division of morphology created by Haeckel. The science of organic individuality constituting the purely structural portion of morphology, in which the organism is regarded as composed of organic individuals of different orders, each organ being considered an individual. See promorphology, and morphin.
Appendiculate.
Having small appendages, forming an appendage.
Reverted.
Turned back, reversed, specifically, her, bent or curved twice, in opposite directions, or in the form of an S.
Tanning.
Present participle and verbal noun of tan, to convert the skin of an animal into leather, as by usual process of steeping it in an infusion of oak or some other bark, whereby it is impregnated with tannin, or tannic acid which exists in several species of bark, and is thus rendered firm, durable, and in some degree impervious to water.
Embezzled.
Imperfect and past participle of embezzle. To appropriate fraudulently to one's own use, as property entrusted to one's care, to apply to one's private uses by a breach of trust, as, to embezzle money held in trust.
Hyena.
Any carnivorous mammal of the family Hyaenid, of which 3 living species are known. They are large and strong, but cowardly. They feed chiefly on carrion, and are nocturnal in their habits.
Gosaniferous.
Containing or producing gossan.
Racket.
To strike with, or as with, a racket.
Osteological.
Of or pertaining to osteology.
Club-veted.
Club shape, having the form of a club, growing gradually thicker toward the top, cilious, of antennae.
Cooperant.
Operating together, as, cooperant forces.
Principle.
A fundamental truth, a comprehensive law or doctrine, from which others are derived, or on which others are founded, a general truth, an elementary proposition, a maxim, an axiom, a postulate.
Gate.
To open the mouth wide.
Experimented.
Imperfect and past participle of experiment, but real or special observation, made to confirm or disprove something doubtful, especially one under conditions determined by the experimenter, an act or operation undertaken in order to discover some unknown principle or effect, or to test, establish, or illustrate some suggest or known truth. Practical test. Proof.
Apply.
To visit.
Nymphly.
Resembling, or characteristic of, a nymph.
Lenten.
Of or pertaining to the fast called Lent, used in, or suitable to, Lent, as, the Lenten season.
Bush hammer.
A hammer with a head formed of a bundle of square bars, with pyramidal points, arranged in rows, or a solid head with a face cut into a number of rows of such points, used for dressing stone.
Criticalness.
The state or quality of being critical, or of occurring at a critical time.
Smack.
To have a smack, to be tinctured with any particular taste.
Mazurka.
A polished dance, or the music which accompanies it, usually in 3/4 or 3/8 measure, with a strong accent on the second beat.
Crepitation.
A grating or crackling sensation or sound, as that produced by rubbing two fragments of a broken bone together, or by pressing upon cellular tissue containing air.
Labradorite.
A kind of feldspar commonly showing a beautiful play of colors, and hence much used for ornamental purposes. The finest specimens come from Labrador, a name given to a group of minerals, closely related in crystalline form, and all silicates of aluminum with either potash, soda, lime, or, in one case, baryta. They occur in crystals and crystalline masses, vitreous in luster, and breaking rather easily into directions at right angles to each other, or nearly so. The colors are usually white or nearly white, flesh red, bluish, or greenish.
Aerator.
that which supplies with air, especially an apparatus used for charging mineral waters with gas and in making soda water.
Grenadier.
Any ruminant of the genus Rangifer, of the deer family, found in the colder parts of both the eastern and western hemispheres, and having long irregularly branched antlers, with the brow tines palmate.
Rebukable.
Worthy of rebuke or reprehension, reprehensible.
Uphill.
Ascending, going up, as an uphill road.
April.
Peril.
Dean.
The collegiate officer in the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, England, who, besides other duties, has regard to the moral condition of the college.
Bengali.
The language spoken in Bengal.
Breakneck.
Producing danger of a broken neck, as breakneck speed.
Applejawn.
A kind of apple which by keeping becomes much withered, called also John apple.
Virgil.
A valuable kind of bear, of an ovate shape and with melting flesh of delicious flavor, more properly called white doggen.
Fifth.
The interval of 3 tones and a semitone, embracing 5 diatonic degrees of the scale, the dominant of any key.
Imitation.
The act of imitating.
Affrighted.
Imperfect and past participle of affright, sudden and great fear, terror. It expresses a stronger impression than fear, or apprehension, perhaps less than terror.
Marking.
The act of one who, or that which, marks, the mark or marks made, arrangement or disposition of marks or coloring, as, the marking of a bird's plumage.
Sylvis.
The forest trees of a region or country, considered collectively.
Embryogenic.
Pertaining to the development of an embryo.
Slot.
To spill liquid upon, to soil with a liquid spilled.
Pediphtemi.
The eye stalk of a crustacean.
Stump.
Imperfect and past participle of stump. A short, thick roll of leather or paper, cut to a point, or any similar implement, used to rub down the lines of a crayon or pencil drawing, in shading it, or for shading drawings by producing tints and gradations from crayon, etc., in powder.
Follow.
To endeavor to overtake, to go in pursuit of, to chase, to pursue, to prosecute.
Close.
An enclosed place, especially a small field or piece of land surrounded by a wall, hedge, or fence of any kind, specifically, the precinct of a cathedral or abbey.
affix,
to fix or fasten in any way, to attach physically.
septal,
Of or pertaining to septum or septa, as of a coral or a shell.
tuber,
A genus of fungi, any one of several kinds of roundish, subterranean fungi, usually of a blackish color. The French truffle tuber melanosporum, and the English truffle tea, Estufas, are much esteemed as articles of food.
expiscation,
The act of expiscating, a fishing.
ferriprosiate,
A ferricunate, a ferricyanide.
epiplexis,
A figure by which a person seeks to convince and move by an elegant kind of upbraiding.
gleeful,
Merry, gay, joyous.
baronial,
Pertaining to baron or barony.
laths,
A thin, narrow strip of wood, nailed to the rafters, studs, or floor beams of a building, for the purpose of supporting the tiles, plastering, etc. A corrugated metallic strip or plate is sometimes used.
joviality,
The quality or state of being jovial.
synchronizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of synchronize, to cause to agree in time, as, to synchronize the movements of different machines, to synchronize clocks.
bully,
A noisy, blustering fellow, more insolent than courageous, one who is threatening and quarrelsome, an insolent, tyrannical fellow.
swallow,
Capacity for swallowing, voracity.
expediting,
Present participle and verbal noun of expedite, to relieve of impediments, to facilitate, to accelerate the process or progress of, to hasten, to quicken, as, to expedite the growth of plants.
scourger,
One who scourges or punishes, one who afflicts severely.
orchard,
An enclosure containing fruit trees. Also, the fruit trees, collectively, used especially of apples, peaches, pears, cherries, plums, or the like, less frequently of nut-bearing trees and of sugar maple trees.
women,
A woman who tends a herd.
laissez-faire,
Non-interference, an axiom of some political economists, deprecating interference of government by attempts to foster or regulate commerce, manufactures, etc., by bounty or by restriction, as the doctrine of laissez-faire, the laissez-faire system government.
peculiarities,
That which is peculiar, a special and distinctive characteristic or habit, particularity.
anthropomorpha,
The man-like, or anthropoid, apes.
alisphenode,
The Alice bone.
Shackly.
Shaky, rickety.
Ballade.
A form of French versification, sometimes imitated in English, in which 3 or 4 rhymes recur through 3 stanzas of 8 or 10 lines each, the stanzas concluding with a refrain, and the whole poem with an envoy.
Maim.
To mutilate, to cripple, to injure, to disable, to impair.
Heart-robbing.
Depriving of thought, ecstatic.
Sycophantic.
Of or pertaining to sycophant, characteristic of a sycophant, meanly or obsequiously flattering, courting favor by mean adulation, parasitic.
Quadripartition.
A division or distribution by 4, or into 4 parts, also, a taking the 4th part of any quantity or number.
Salt.
Figuratively, bitter, sharp, pungent.
Ild.
Age, especially old age.
Divinization.
A making divine.
Nucleus.
A body, usually spherical, in a cell or a protozoan, distinguished from the surrounding protoplasm by a difference in refrangibility and in behavior towards chemical reagents. It is more or less protoplasmic, and consists of clear fluid achromatin, through which extends a network of fibers chromatin, in which may be suspended a second rounded body, the nucleolus, the matter composing the nucleus of a cell. The protoplasm of the nucleus, karyoplasma, a very small and close apartment, as in a prison or in a monastery or convent, the hut of a hermit. Division, under division.
Heartily.
With zeal, actively, vigorously, willingly, cordially, as he heartily assisted the prince.
Sum.
The aggregate of 2 or more numbers, magnitudes, quantities, or particulars, the amount or whole of any number of individuals or particulars added together, as the sum of 5 and 7 is 12.
Sphericide.
Siderite occurring in spherical masses.
Homopterous.
Of or pertaining to the Homoptera.
Granitic.
Like granite in composition, color, etc., having the nature of granite, as granitic texture.
Revertency.
The act of adverting to again, or of reviewing.
Dolium.
A genus of free-swimming oceanic tunicates, allied to Salpa, and having alternate generations.
Hin.
A Hebrew measure of liquids, containing 3 quarts, 1 pint, 1 gill. English measure.
Cheer.
A shout, hurrah, or acclamation, expressing joy, enthusiasm, applause, favor, etc.
Servant.
One who serves, or does services, voluntarily or on compulsion, a person who is employed by another for menial offices, or for other labor, and is subject to his command, a person who labors or exerts himself for the benefit of another, his master or employer, a subordinate helper.
Albuminuria.
A morbid condition in which albumin is present in the urine.
Faculty.
Special mental endowment, characteristic knack.
Prolongating.
Present participle and verbal noun of prolongate, to prolong, to extend in space or in time.
Vercose.
Covered with wart-like elevations, tuberculate, warty, vercous, as, a vercose capsule.
Cred.
Trust given or received, expectation of future payment for property transferred, or of fulfillment or promises given, mercantile reputation entitling one to be trusted, applied to individuals, corporations, communities, or nations, as, to buy goods on credit.
Ren.
To plunder, only in the phrase to rape and ren, a popular name for any of the tokens that passed current for halfpenny in Ireland in the early part of the 18th century, any coin of trifling value.
Quadrivalvular.
Having four valves, quadrivalve.
Methemoglobin.
A stable crystalline compound obtained by the decomposition of hemoglobin. It is found in old blood stains.
Petasis.
The wing cap of Mercury, also a broad-brimmed, low-crowned hat worn by Greeks and Romans.
Darnex.
A coarse sort of damask, originally made at Tournai in Flemish Dornic, Belgium, and used for hangings, carpets, etc. Also, a stout-figured linen manufactured in Scotland.
Spout.
To throw out forcibly and abundantly, as liquids through an office or a pipe, to eject in a jet, as an elephant spouts water from his trunk.
Unmentionables.
The breeches, trousers.
Warming.
And from warm, see.
Rach.
A very small Arctic seabird Mergulus L, or LL, common on both coasts of the Atlantic in winter, called also little auk, doveki, roch, rochi, and sea dove.
Contemptuousness.
Disposition to or manifestation of contempt, insolence, haughtiness.
Nulliphidian.
An unbeliever.
Trichodine.
The slender, hair-like cell which receives the fertilizing particles, or anthrazoids, in red seaweeds.
Fraternize.
To bring into fellowship or brotherly sympathy.
Synodal.
A constitution made in a provincial or diocesan synod.
Propointed.
Having a blunt or button-shaped extremity. Set of cutting instruments.
Draw.
To influence, to move or tend toward oneself, to exercise an attracting force upon, to call towards itself, to attract, hence, to entice, to allure, to induce.
Rundlet.
A small barrel of no certain dimensions. It may contain from 3 to 20 gallons, but it usually holds about 14/gallons.
Crate.
To pack in a crate or case for transportation, as to crate a sewing machine, to crate peaches.
I.
In our old authors, I was often used for a or I, yes, which is pronounced nearly like Italian.
Weft.
The woof of cloth, the threads that cross the warp from selvage to selvage, the thread carried by the shuttle in weaving.
Authorized.
Sanctioned by authority.
Yucca.
A genus of American liliaceous, sometimes arborescent, plants having long, pointed, and often rigid, leaves at the top of a more or less woody stem, and bearing a large panicle of showy white blossoms.
Oblique.
Not direct in descent, not following the line of father and son, collateral.
Capital.
That portion of the produce of industry, which may be directly employed either to support human beings or to assist in production.
Hoop.
To bind or fasten with hoops, as to hoop a barrel or puncheon.
Trihurl.
Occurring once in every 3 hours.
Wimpled.
Imperfect and past participle of wimple, a covering of silk, linen, or other material, for the neck and chin, formerly worn by women as an outdoor protection, and still retained in the dress of nuns.
Free.
To frank.
Emplastration.
The act or process of grafting by inoculation, budding.
Axis.
The primary or secondary central line of any design.
Top.
Of hope.
Tom-tom.
A kind of drum used in the East Indies and other Oriental countries, called also tom-tom.
Buffoon.
Characteristic of, or like, a buffoon.
Aptness.
Quickness of apprehension, readiness in learning, docility, as, an aptness to learn is more observable in some children than in others.
Friend.
One who looks propitiously on a cause, an institution, a project, and the like, a favorer, a promoter, as, a friend to commerce, to poetry, to an institution.
Caudal.
A kind of warm drink for sick persons, being a mixture of wine with eggs, bread, sugar, and spices.
Maggoty.
Full of whims, capricious.
Unbo.
To unbind.
Right.
Pertaining to, or designating, an acid commonly called chrysophenic acid, found in rhubarbrium.
Adulterer.
An adulterer.
Primary.
First in dignity or importance, chief, principal, as, primary planets, a matter of primary importance.
Trivially.
In a trivial manner.
Injunction.
That which is enjoined, an order, a mandate, a decree, a command, a precept, a direction.
Raisable.
Capable of being raised.
Bristled.
Gray, grayish, sprinkled or mixed with gray, of a mixed white and black.
Tritheastical.
Of or pertaining to trithism.
Prose.
Hence, language which evinces little imagination or animation, dull and commonplace discourse.
Recreancy.
The quality or state of being recreant.
Arquebusade.
A distilled water from a variety of aromatic plants, as rosemary, milfoil, etc., originally used as a vulnerary in gunshot wounds.
Coloring.
Present participle and verbal noun of color. To change or alter, as if by dyeing or painting, to give a false appearance to, usually, to give a specious appearance to cause to appear attractive, to make plausible, to palliate or excuse, as, the facts were colored by his prejudices.
Appraisable.
Capable of being appraised.
Commend.
To mention with approbation, to praise, as, to commend a person or an act.
Embryotomy.
The cutting a fetus into pieces within the womb, so as to effect its removal.
Deuteronomy.
The fifth book of the Pentateuch, containing the second giving of the law by Moses.
Meningeal.
Of or pertaining to the meninges.
Spiritualism.
The quality or state of being spiritual.
Circumfusal.
Capable of being poured or spread round.
Helmet.
The representation of a helmet over shields or coats of arms, denoting gradations of rank by modifications of form.
Affiancing.
Of affiance.
Tusker.
An elephant having large tusks.
Lobule.
A small lobe, a subdivision of a lobe.
Anthological.
Pertaining to anthology, consisting of beautiful extracts from different authors, especially the poets.
Attack.
To set to work upon, as upon a task or problem, or some object of labor or investigation.
Preconsigned.
Imperfect and past participle of preconsign, to consign beforehand, to make a previous consignment of.
Flank.
To fail in, to shirk, as a task or duty.
Knurled.
Full of knots, gnarled.
Desertion.
The state of being forsaken, desolation, as the king in his desertion.
Cover.
To overspread the surface of one thing with another, as to cover wood with paint or lacquer, to cover a table with a cloth.
Hell.
A place where outcast persons or things are gathered.
Quinate.
A salt of quinic acid.
Sultanus.
A sultana.
Grunzel.
The basis on which anything rests, foundation, hence, the foundation of knowledge, belief, or conviction, a premise, reason, or datum, ultimate or first principle, cause of existence or occurrence, originating force or agency, as, the ground of my hope.
Intumescence.
The act or process of swelling or enlarging, also, the state of being swollen, expansion, tumidity, especially, the swelling up of bodies under the action of heat.
Peptonuria.
The presence of peptone, or a peptone-like body, in the urine.
Rioting.
Present participle and verbal noun of riot, to engage in riot, to act in an unrestrained or wanton manner, to indulge in excess of luxury, feasting, or the like, to revel, to run riot, to go to excess.
Hydromechanics.
That branch of physics which treats of the mechanics of liquids, or of their laws of equilibrium and of motion.
Confuse.
To perplex, to disconcert, to bish, to cause to lose self-possession.
Embryos.
The young of an animal in the womb, or more specifically, before its parts are developed and it becomes a fetus, the young or embryo of an animal in the womb, or in the egg, often restricted to the later stages in the development of viviparous and oviparous animals, embryo being applied to the earlier stages.
Fill.
To strike with the nail of the finger, first placed against the ball of the thumb, and forced from that position with a sudden spring, to snap with the finger.
Earning.
Present participle in verbal noun of earn, to acquire by labor, service, or performance, to deserve and receive as compensation or wages, as, to earn a good living, to earn honors or laurels.
Tie.
A line, usually straight, drawn across the stems of notes, or a curved line written over or under the notes, signifying that they are to be slurred, or closely united in the performance, or that two notes of the same pitch are to be sounded as one, a bind, a ligature.
Marginal.
Of or pertaining to margin.
Chapman.
One who buys and sells, a merchant, a buyer or a seller.
Ascend.
To go or move upward upon or along, to climb, to mount, to go up the top of, as, to ascend a hill, a ladder, a tree, a river, a throne.
Commonwealth.
Specifically, the form of government established on the death of Charles I in 1649, which existed under Oliver Cromwell and his son Richard, ending with the abdication of the latter in 1659.
Needlewoman.
A woman who does needlework, a seamstress.
Iridius.
Of or pertaining to iridium, applied specifically to compounds in which iridium has a low valence.
Archannelida.
A group of annelida remarkable for having no external segments or distinct ventral nerve ganglions.
Hethy.
Full of heat, abounding with heat, as, Hethy land, Hethy hills.
Ossifying.
Present participle and verbal noun of ossify, to form into bone, to change from a soft animal substance into bone, as by the deposition of lime salts.
Ditrochee.
A double trochee, a foot made up of two trochees.
E.
A Latin prefix meaning out, out of, from, also, without, a prefix from the Latin preposition, ex, akin to Greek ex or ex signifying out of, out, proceeding from, thence. In composition, it signifies out of, as, in exhale, exclude, off, from, or out, as in exscend, beyond, as, in excess, exceed, excel, and sometimes has a privative sense of without, as in exalbuminuos, exsanguineous. In some words, it intensifies the meaning, in others, it has little effect on the signification, it becomes F before F, as in Fuse, the form E occurs instead of X before B, D, G, L, M, N, R, and V, as in ebullient, emanate, enormous, etc. In words from the French it often appears as S, sometimes as S or E, as, escape, scape, elite, X, prefixed to names implying office, station, condition, denotes that the person formerly held the office, or is out of the office or condition now, as, ex-president, ex-governor, ex-mayor, ex-convict. The Greek form ex becomes ex in English, as in exarch, ec becomes ec, as in eccentric.
genealogy,
an account or history of the descent of a person or family from an ancestor, enumeration of ancestors and their children in the natural order of succession, a pedigree.
interjoining,
Present participle and verbal noun of interjoin, to join mutually, to unite.
nursemaid,
A girl employed to attend children.
thonotopsis,
A view of death, a meditation on the subject of death.
interest,
Participation in advantage, profit, and responsibility, share, portion, part, as, an interest in a brewery. He has parted with his interest in the stocks.
listing,
Present participle and verbal noun of list. A line enclosing or forming the extremity of a piece of ground, or field of combat, hence, in the plural lists, the ground or field enclosed for a race or combat.
continuate,
Uninterrupted, unbroken, continual, continued.
barl,
A kind of hawk.
denotation,
The marking off or separation of anything.
body,
A number of individuals spoken of collectively, usually as united by some common tie, or as organized for some purpose, a collective whole or totality, a corporation, as a legislative body, a clerical body.
percuss,
To strike smartly, to strike upon or against, as to percuss the chest in medical examination.
insulter,
One who insults.
kel,
A kiln.
rape,
To rob, to pillage.
subbeetle,
An underbeetle.
anticatarrhal,
Efficacious against catarrh.
ablonian,
One of a sect in Africa 4th century, mentioned by Saint Augustine, who states that they married, but lived in continence, after the manner, as they pretended, of Abel.
subnascent,
Growing underneath.
vulcanist,
A volcanist.
moment,
Tendency, or measure of tendency, to produce motion, especially motion about a fixed point or axis.
cognomen,
A surname.
manrent,
Homage or service rendered to superior, as to lord, vassalage.
omond,
The fashionable world, people of fashion and beauty.
shug,
Hence, to curl, to sneak.
effectless,
Without effect or advantage, useless, bootless.
Inlayer.
One who inlays, or whose occupation it is to inlay.
Ceres.
The daughter of Saturn and Ops or Rhea, the goddess of corn and tillage.
Undertaking.
A promise or pledge, a guarantee.
Blackwash.
A wash that blackens, as opposed to whitewash, hence, figuratively, calumny.
Divorce.
To separate or disunite, to sunder.
Importation.
That which is imported, commodities or wares introduced into a country from abroad.
Burr.
A thin flat piece of metal, formed from a sheet by punching, a small washer put on the end of a rivet before it is smashed down.
Branchiostege.
The shorter of the diagonals in a rhombic prism.
Physics.
The science of nature, or of natural objects, that branch of science which treats of the laws and properties of matter, and the forces acting upon it, especially that department of natural science which treats of the causes as gravitation, heat, light, magnetism, electricity, etc., that modify the general properties of bodies, natural philosophy.
Clear.
Without prosperous conditions or good results, unfavorable, unfortunate, unconfirmable, as a poor business, the sick man had a poor night.
Regild.
To gild anew.
Tie.
To make a tie, to make an equal score.
Chiliferous.
Having chiliform claws, like a crab.
Dispiriting.
Present participle and verbal noun of dispirit, to deprive of cheerful spirits, to depress the spirits of, to dishearten, to discourage.
Haybird.
The European black cat.
Distal.
Remote from the point of attachment or origin, as the distal end of a bone or muscle.
Bushment.
An ambuscade.
Slapjack.
A flat batter cake cooked on a griddle. A flapjack, a griddle cake.
Viaticum.
An allowance for traveling expenses made to those who were sent into the provinces to exercise any office or perform any service.
Serri.
To crowd, to press together.
Digger.
The gall produced on rosebushes, especially on the sweetbriar or eglantine, by a puncture from the ovipositor of the gallfly Rhodites rose. It was once supposed to have medicinal properties.
Snot.
A blouse, a smoot frock.
Reptile.
A groveling or very mean person.
Ingenious.
proceeding from, pertaining to, or characterized by, genius or ingenuity, of curious design, structure, or mechanism, as, an ingenious model, or machine, an ingenious scheme, contrivance, etc.
Advocated.
Imperfect and past participle of advocate, one who pleads the cause of another. Specifically, one who pleads the cause of another before a tribunal or judicial court, a counselor.
Fawn.
The god of fields and shepherds, differing little from the satyr, the fawns are usually represented as half goat and half man.
Dado.
In interior decoration, the lower part of the wall of an apartment when adorned with moldings, or otherwise specially decorated.
Malignified.
Imperfect and past participle of malignify, to make malign or malignant.
Big belly.
Having a great belly, as, a big-bellied man or flagon, advanced in pregnancy.
Down.
To go down, to descend.
Outer.
Being on the outside, external, farthest or farther from the interior, from a given station, or from any space or position regarded as a center or starting place, opposed to inner, as, the outer wall, the outer court or gate, the outer stump in cricket, the outer world.
Teachable.
Capable of being taught, apt to learn, also, willing to receive instruction, docile.
Cybene.
Antimony hydride, or hydrogen antimonide, a colorless gas produced by the action of nascent hydrogen on antimony. It has a characteristic odor and burns with a characteristic greenish flame, formerly called also antimony-rooted hydrogen.
Papilionaceous.
Belonging to that suborder of leguminous plants Papilionaceae, which includes the bean, pea, vetch, clover, and locust.
Irish.
An old game resembling backgammon.
Tintinnabulation.
A tinkling sound, as of a bell or bells.
Cultivate.
To bestow attention, care, and labor upon, with a view to valuable returns. To till. To fertilize, as, to cultivate soil.
Iller.
To deceive, to entice, to lure.
Rose pink.
Disposed to clothe everything with roseate hues, hence, sentimental.
Bulbul.
The Persian nightingale Pycnonotus jocosus. The name is also applied to several other Asiatic singing birds. Of the family Timalidae, the green bulbuls belong to the Chloropsis and allied genera.
Elancing.
Present participle and verbal noun of elance, to throw as a lance, to hurl, to dart.
Sickness.
The quality or state of being sick or diseased, illness, disease or malady.
Flakiness.
The state of being flaky.
Tempering.
Present participle and verbal noun of temper. To mingle in due proportion. To prepare by combining. To modify, as by adding some new element. To qualify, as by an ingredient. Hence,
If you
to
enjoyed this
soften,
sleepy
to
dictionary on
mollify, to
Monogenist
assuage,
dictionary
to
on
soothe, to
dislike,
calm.
or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels and works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.